Hello. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. How's everyone doing today? We're here for part 5 of the LDO Voron 2.4 pre-release kit build. Bear, Ken, Andy, Joseph, Kosh, Dark, Neutrino, Martin the engineer. How are you guys doing? Hi Nathan, hi Chris, hi Steve and Milan. Back to our much preferred 10 a.m. my time. Hi Gustavo and Tech Dad and Tomas. I hope everybody had a happy holidays, whatever you celebrate. A great weekend if you don't celebrate anything. I had a good time visiting family. Hi Angie. Level's a little low today, so I've been switching back and forth on my setup. If I need to turn up my microphone a little bit, I can. I'm back to the webcam for right now, because that seemed to work well for folks last week until I get something, can spend some time on something a little more permanent and stable. I turned up my mic just a little bit. Let's see where that goes. Hi, Endless Hunt from South Africa. That's awesome. Hey, Jasper. And Mitchell. Marcus and Skyblock is Pog. Hey. Hi, Ed. And Asa. So, where we left off last week, hey, Tracy, we were setting up the gantry. So we got it bolted in, Z-belt in, and the XY assembly installed. It runs smooth. Everything is at planar right now, and I'm very pleased with how that is running. There are no tight spots along the travel, so we are good there. Yeah, so real quick, couple little updates. I may end up having to take another call this stream. Charlie is still at the vet. He's had an up and down time. He's got bladder stones, and the hope was that when they removed his catheter, that the one that's in there that they have to decide whether it's going to dissolve or they're going to have to do surgery. When they removed his catheter, it almost immediately plugged back up. So they had to put a catheter back in, and he's going to go in for surgery on Monday. So let's all hope for the best. We're really missing him. Really looking forward to seeing him on Tuesday. That's when we're supposed to be able to pick him up. So unfortunately, we won't get any kitty visits today. So Skyblock is Pog $4.99. I just did a ton of progress on my V0. That's good. V0 is a fun build. I've done 4 of them now. So Charlie is, so the idea is I've mentioned before, he's in kidney failure. It's manageable though. The kidney failure part of it is manageable. We give him a special diet, and we give him fluids regularly, extra fluids. We inject it under the scruff of his neck. Just last Wednesday, he got signs of kidney stones and a blockage. So that's what he's been in the vet for. And if we can clear the kidney stones, and it's going to have to be via surgery, and can alter his diet to something that's not prone to generate keystones, hopefully, then hopefully we'll be back to where we were as far as managing his just kidney failure. So I say that, I mean, I know you guys, Charlie's a personality. He's a great cat. And I could have to step away if the vet calls today. So I don't say any of this, and I appreciate the couple of super chats that have come in. I don't say any of this. I don't want to get any of that kind of sympathy. I appreciate your thoughts. We're fine. Charlie he's gonna get some good care. But again, that being said, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. So anyway, let's get moving into the build. Another thing, I found my LDO shirt, and I was gonna wear it today, but let's just say I'm assuming it shrunk in the wash. I got it before COVID, but we'll just leave it at that. So the next best thing, a somewhat, at least colorfully festive Voron shirt for today. So, Andy, €5. Thank you for your great content and work. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hi, Killer Prince. Happy Sunday to you too. So I think this time, so last time when I was setting up the, when we were setting up the gantry first time, I had moved it all the way up to these stops that are here. You want to make sure, if you're going to do that, that you have some kind of stop, some spot to index the gantry to. That gets it kind of out of view of you guys, unless I change the camera angle. So I think I'm going to go with what most people would probably typically do, is set some spacers down along here. I'm going to move this up so we can do some final, just making sure everything's tightened in the right spot. So I'm just going to slowly work this up. It's skipping because the belts aren't tight. So, and then we're going to find something, maybe a filament box or something, so we can set this to the same, everything planar, and probably put a couple of clamps on here just to keep everything in place, and then give us full motion here, make sure we're still moving smooth. Ken Gross, if you go to the Voron Design website, there's a merchandise page. It's quite out of date, but the shirts are okay. They're not great. The silk screen is kind of thin, but they're out there. They're sweatshirts that are, from what I hear, better quality. But this works. I mean, it's relatively comfortable. But Voron Design, and there's a merchandise. I think it's just Teespring or something like that it goes to. Finishing up the wiring on my Trident 350 today. About to fire it up for the first time. Hopefully no fireworks. Yes, no near fireworks. That would be the hope. Good luck on that. Add rubber stops on the Z-rails. I've got the rubber stops. Oh, that's a great idea. That's a great idea, Loaf. That's what I'm going to use. That is a excellent idea. I'm going to move this up just a little bit more, and I'm going to find since we went every other hole, I'm going to go just a little bit more. Since we went every other hole on the fasteners here, I'm going to put the rubber stops from them in that hole, thanks to Loaf's great idea. Oh, where's another one? All in the same one. And then I can move the gantry down to that, and I can have some assurance that it's really close to all the same height. I like that. Now I can move all of this down right there. That's perfect. Hi, Richard Knight. Evening, Steve. Just dropping in to say hi, and we'll see the build in full later. Yeah. So today I'm hoping, if all goes well, we're going to be on here a while. I want to get as much content into this Sunday stream as possible. I know it's not ideal to do these weekday streams, but it's also not fair to LDO for this to take 2 months for me to build. So we're making some good progress, I think, and if we can go several hours today, and start up again tomorrow is the plan, Tuesday's questionable because I'm gonna hopefully picking up Charlie on Tuesday, but we'll do some weekday streams this week as well. Randomness messes. You swapped your V2 to a Trident Gantry. Thanks for the advice. I hope that went well. It should have. It should all be the right parts. Okay. So, we've got this all smooth. Everything is moving smooth along its... There's no tight spots along this whole travel, which is what we're looking for. I'm going to index it by just pulling it to the front idlers because that's our source point. And then we're just going to make sure, as it's pushed there, make sure everything is snug. I mean, you don't need to wrench down on any of these. And I'm going to replace these two because I had pulled them off because the chain guide got in the way at the top. So just pull these and then just make sure everything... And this is all we're going to need to do to square the gantry at this point. We'll do the final de-racking with the belts, but we want to make sure we're starting from a good point. I'm going to take these bolts out and put the chain back. Horst, hi from Germany. Hey. How long did it take to print everything for the build? I split it up over a couple of printers. So it only took a few days. Dropping a few things. Okay, so those go there, and then the bridge goes back here. Don't forget the like, oh, the like button, yeah. Like and subscribe. Rear-wheel drive RC, 5 pounds. It's not much, but I hope it can help. We all love your work, and we all love Charlie. Thank you. Appreciate that. Holy moly. I hit the frame on that screwdriver, and it went flying. Okay. Everything tightened up. Everything's moving smooth. Everything's hitting the front at the same time. As long as things are square right now, we're not too worried. Once we put the belts on, we'll use tension to make sure things stay square. Let's put the endstop pod on next. I gotta find the bits and pieces for that. Give me a second. Is there an official release date for the LDO 2.4 V2 kit? No, I think Jason has been saying full production is going to happen, or they're going to be ready to ship in January, maybe February. That's when they're going to ship. The global shipping issues and stuff. What I would suggest is probably contact whoever your preferred vendor is and ask them for an estimate, because they'll be thinking about how travel times and what kind of shipping they're getting from LDO and stuff like that. Dark Neutrino, Steve, a question. I wanted to try the V6 stealth burner. I assume that's what that is. But there's a gap when you add the V6 between the rear and the duct. There's a gap. Ping 2 people in the channel about this, but no response. That channel is going so quick. The beta channel. So I would try again. Give it a reasonable amount of time, but try again. I don't have the resources right immediately available to look into that in detail. But if you don't get some sort of response on that, ping me on the Discord and we'll make sure that something gets looked at. I think the V6 is probably on the lower end of the users who are going to be installing that as far as quantity of people. So I want to get some attention to your fitment issue. But if you don't get it in the beta channel, then message me. Hi Steve, is the bed mod that you did to your Trident necessary? No. It's technically and theoretically sound. It will. I think you're talking about the Mandela kinematic bed mounts. It will allow for expansion of the bed as it heats up, and you may be able to heat up faster. It is technically a correct, it's a good mod. real world results, I'm running a printer with it, and I'm running a printer without it, and I still don't run a mesh on either printer. And I'm doing full plates with decent first layers. Hi from Singapore. Hi, into site. When you print parts for the printer, do you have any groups of parts that you're printing together that you recommend? No, I just throw whatever looks good on the plate, and what will take, a lot of times it's what takes the time that I have available. So often I'll start a print before I go to work, and if the parts work out, maybe I'll take a few parts off so it's finished, so I can come home at lunch and swap to another plate, and then when I get home it's finished, so I can swap to the next plate type thing. Chris Hummel, there is if you go to the LDO channel on Discord, there's a pinned post with the vendor list for LDO. Also, if you go to, if you go to the LDO docs, oops, the LDO docs page, here we are. And I think there is if you go to Voron, there is a Voron distributors. Here, and why don't I put that? So this is their worldwide distributor list. Let me see. Hi BB's 3D. Hi Paul. Hey everyone, wasn't meant to say before Happy Boxing Day. It was great hack with first times. Yeah, that was a good idea. That was a great idea. Jasper Kling, won't LDO wait for 2.4 R2? They're not waiting for R2, but they are developing the kit with the R2 parts in mind. So the MGN12 setup, the guitar amplifier feet, and the very bottom panel will be slightly revised. But most of everything else, I'm probably missing something, it's pretty much the same. Do you know if there will be a cable cover for self-burner in combination with LGX? Likely, but that'll end up being either part of beta as the beta evolves and different applications are included, or it'll be after the full release. Yeah, Ken, it took you a week to print the parts, less the skirts, but I did everything with panel clips and everything, splitting it across printers in a few days. So the advantage of parallel processing. Evel Knievel. So how was the Spider-Man movie? That was, in my opinion, the best MCU movie to date. It was fabulous. I loved it. I'm a big Spider-Man fan to begin with, as a character, but that was phenomenal. I highly advise going to see it. Hey Sean. Okay, let's keep moving. Find this is the XY endstop pod. Now this is a different part. This, if you go to the 2.4 kit printed part guide, there is an XY endstop, or includes the microswitch PCB, and there's a different printed part for that. So we're going to use that. Avichet, is the color scheme specific to something? No, I wanted to go a little bit outside of my normal comfort zone of a very dark main color and then some sort of accent color that goes with the frame. Jared, one of on the design team, suggested going with the light metallic silver from KVP. But that was a little odd, so I just went with a gray and the neon green. I love these neon green colors. So Let's see. So I need to find the PCB box. There we go. So this little micro switch PCB for the XY end stops. It's going to go on there like that, which means this is going to go just like that, and screw in with a couple of button head screws. And 3x6 button heads. Oh, these are interesting. Never mind, they're not interesting. They're normal. I had the wrong screwdriver. There's quite a bit of play in these holes in the PCB, so I'm just making sure that this is just kind of holding it in place to center it in that on the part. Okay, and then some M3x30s, right, to attach these to the carriage. I think that's right. Yep. For someone who's not scared about complex build and is relatively experienced with 3D printing, would you recommend the improved 2.4 or the Trident? At that point, if you're comfortable with a build, it's a toss-up. Which one do you feel like printing, or building? The Trident is the simpler build, but if you're comfortable with it, the V2 is a fun build. And it's a fun printer in the end. I don't really have a preference in terms of print quality at this point. I'm getting equal print quality across my Tridents or V2s. Chris, Christmas Day 2 starting here. Yep, have fun. We'll catch you later. Hey, Sanity. I'm waiting on my next batch of parts. Yeah, 50mm M3s for Stealth Burner. Only 2 are needed. I'd buy at least a few. Evil Knievel, you really expected a Christmas jumper. I thought about it. I also thought about trying to find a shirt this color. But I just ran out of time. Adam S., how much does the LDO kit build differ from the instructions from the Voron site? Most of the differences are covered on the LDO doc site. So there's a printed part guide, and then we're going to go through a wiring guide as well. And hopefully we might hit some of this wiring guide today. So okay. So I am comfortable with the gantry as it is. So let's make sure we are ready with our X frame. I think I already put the heat set inserts in here. We are building this as a Clockwork 1 with Afterburner because Stealth Burner and Clockwork 2 are still in beta. So we're building this as the kit is coming from LDO. Plus it gives me more content later to upgrade this thing to the other parts. David G, love following your streams. Awesome work. Thank you. Would you recommend holding off a bit printing the 2.4 parts now until the latest revision is in place? Depends on where you're at in your build. It is very minor changes. It's not worthy of, say, announcing with a Voron Live, for instance. And it would not be, I don't think it would be arduous to reprint the parts that are necessary, that you might feel are necessary going forward. I would recommend, if you're building right now, building it as a MGN12 setup. And you can get all of those parts from the Trident repo. So, Hobbyist Notes, $10. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Appreciate that. Where did you say you got the green filament from? This is KVP Lulzbot Green. Okay, so these parts have heat sets in it already. We're going to set the Afterburner parts to the side. We will get into building that here shortly. And I think we are going to do a more thorough job of setting our Z belts right now. And then we're going to run our AB belts. Evgenios, is it just printed parts for V2 or will there be a BOM change too, aside from the MGN12 stuff? So the MGN12 stuff is necessary. The guitar amplifier feet are different, but the current compressor feet bolt into the exact same spot. No, I don't think they're, aside from some modifications to the bottom panel, I can't think of anything on the spot that you need to purchase different. Maybe a fastener here or there that's different, but I hope everyone buys at least 20% or 10% more fasteners than the kit calls for. That's always a recommendation. Okay, so let's move this around, and I am going to do a couple of things. I'm going to make sure that the Z idlers, I'm just going to move this here instead of moving the camera right now. I'm going to make sure that all these are the same minimum tension, sorry about that, minimum tension point. So we're looking at only a couple of threads engaged, just enough to hold it, because I want, now with one set, I'm just going to kind of use the, visually look at how much it's inserted into the printed part. Hey Kilo. Just going to just barely have the tensioners holding on. And the bottom mount for the belts, we had clamped those in flush, and we're going to leave those, and we're going to leave those tight. We'll do all of our adjustment with the top. Now I want this at a point where it's not tight, but I want to be able to tension it with the top idler somewhere about the middle of its travel. I think that's actually a little too tight there. So I don't know if you can see, that's fairly tight. just pulling on it. There's a big reason I want this to be just right, and that's because if you do this right, you can either pull your belt up. This is the recommended. So on your Z belts, the recommended method is to have a couple inches of extra belt here and wrap it across the top and zip tie it to the other belt to keep it out of the way. If this is done correctly and perfectly, you can cut these flush and not worry about them. And that's what my goal here is. But if you are newer to these builds, leave yourself enough belt here to zip tie it out of the way to the other belt. Hey, Max. Now I'm in trouble for saying I cut those flush. What do we got? So I'm just going to go around and make these all about the same. Also making sure that these are seated on the pulleys, not riding up on one of the flanges. That's feeling pretty close. That's a little too much now. One thing. Hey Zark J from Switzerland. Welcome. There we go. Hi Joseph, Merry Christmas. And Scar, any chance to get Rapido Revos and steels available anytime soon? I'm not sure what the status on those are. Your best bet is to try the channel, the beta channel on Discord. Okay, those are all close enough. I'm going to do a test to make sure I can do a belt change in its current configuration before I cut these flush. So double check everything. We're going to replace all the heat set inserts with zip ties. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what I'm reading? Hello, Kyle Davis. Thank you for the $2. Everything's moving smooth. Let's run the AB belts. Got our kit supplied belts. Copy. Kosh, MGN12 is highly recommended, but there are carriages out there for those with the current MGN9, dual MGN9 setup. Hey Sanity, I gave a real brief update on Charlie in the beginning. The real quick is he's still at the vet. He's going to have bladder stone removal surgery tomorrow, and we hope to get him back on Tuesday. Alexander T. Moss, 449 pounds. Thank you for your amazing work. Been watching your past streams to help me mod my 2.4, but now I want a Trident because that'll be my 2022 project. There you go. Okay, we are going to run one belt and use it as a guide to measure the second belt, and then we'll run both of them. Let's see here. What is my preferred way to do this? I think we're going to go this way. So we're going to come around here. Let's see, do you guys get a decent view of this? So one of the changes with the R2 stuff is we put the tensioner screw in line with the belt, which gets it in the way of routing the belts. So for this little step, we got to take that screw out. Push that through. Is that what I want? Oops, I went through the wrong side. Go through here. Kind of tweak the end of the belt to try to get it to guide in the direction you want it to go. Maybe use a little poking tool on the other side. Help even more. This is fiddly. This is a lot easier on the Trident because the Y extrusions butt up against the frame, so you don't get caught on the end of it. I'm gonna try something. I don't remember which way was the easier way here. I'm gonna try starting on the other side. Here and pull it out. Is that right? I'm figuring it out too. That was the way. Maybe. There we go. There we go. Go in on the frame side and then back in. All this belt to manage and deal with. That'll should just sneak through here. Or not. So let's run it. Through here. Kind of working a little blind here. What are we on the bottom side? Let's see. This first one is always the hardest. Okay. Now we go to the back. And we make sure 400 miles from me? I don't think it's that far. Maybe 250. 200 miles? Okay, so we make sure we don't go this way. We go right next to the bearing here. This little extra feature in the stepper mount is supposed to help give people a clue that you don't wrap the belt around this side of this. Because that's the most common issue when people are having trouble with motion. The motion system is for that to be backwards. Or to be wrapped around that. $114 miles? Okay, stepper's not hooked up to anything, so we can move that thing as fast as we want. There we go. Lengths in the manual were fine. Yeah, I just do this. Okay, now this is going to come through here. It seems, from what I've seen, LDO gives plenty of belt, so we can cut this with plenty of spare and be fine. All the belt. I'm not even going to run it through the right spot here yet. I'm just getting a basic belt length. So I'm going to call something like that more than plenty. Yeah, that's more than plenty. And we undo all of that work and double it over and make sure, yeah, I'm going to have at least a length of belt left. So I'm going to cut it there and now match it on the other belt. What do we got? Okay, extra belt off to the side. Now we have our two same length belts, and I'm just confirming. Yep. Yep, so I threaded it and now removed it so I can make two belts the same length. I could have measured it according to the manual, but I've always just done it this way. So here, I think I'm reminding myself that it's easier to thread through on the frame side and then give ourselves a little tweak to the end of the belt and push it past the idler like that. And then we make sure that we're moving on the idler. And of course I did it backwards. So let's do that again. Smooth side against the idler. I'm just getting practice. That's all. Let's see how quick that is now. Practice makes perfect, right? Okay, making sure that I'm on the correct side of the Z belt, which I am not. So let's try that again. I'm going to pull the Z belt to the side while I'm doing this. Am I on the correct side of that now? Can't see. This should go to the inside of the belt, right? Why is that being a little bit of a pain? I feel like let's see if the manual gives us some guidance. Where are we at? Forgive my scrolling through here. Belts are always fiddly. I think the Z-belt should be on the... Should it be on the inside or the outside? So, the XY belt, should it be on the inside or outside of this? I'm not sure what is correct, honestly. Get this out of our way. Gives no guidance. Well, if we look at this, it would indicate that it should be to the Z-belt should be to the inside. Now, honestly, I don't remember paying attention to that. It just kind of naturally goes to the Z-belt just kind of naturally falls to the inside. So I think I'm just going to leave it like that then. I think it just fell into the right spot. Yeah. Thanks, guys. That's what I figure now, since that's the way it kind of naturally falls. Where are you going? There we go. Kilo, I think these are the revised 48 millimeter. I think they're still a 2 amp motor. I can get a better look at the part number on them here in a second. Thank you. Okay, one belt routed. Go from the other side on this one. See if I can get any better. Maybe I can do it from here. I'm gonna go put a little tweak on the end of the belt, and then it's going to naturally fall into this spot. And we're going to put the opposite tweak. Going to go right in there. And this comes across here. And this one goes through back. Around. So where are we at? We need to be make sure we're not all twisted up. We're at the top. Oh, see, I almost did it. I almost went right through there. As long as you catch it before you route it, it doesn't count. Hi, Maker Viking. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Did you use ABS for the printed parts? Of course I did. ASA would also have been acceptable. Okay, where are we at? Now, let's get a good view of this, because this is the part that trips people up. Come on. Let's get the belts all over the place. Got them all twisted. That's what's going on. There we go. Okay, let's get caught up on chat. You'll be able to repurchase those that authorize list is in the pin, post in their Discord channel. Yeah. So stealth burner belt clamping. So that's comes from the MGN12 mod, which started as a community mod, and got revised barely and included in Trident, and we're moving that same carriage on to Voron 2.4 R2 and the stealth burner setup. We're going to set this up as Clockwork 1 version of it today, but on a future stream we'll do all the changes over on this, especially so we can put this beautiful thing on here. So we are going to start with a couple of some M3x8s. And we're going to start with only 1/2 of the X frame, and we are going to insert this such that the belt only sticks out a couple of teeth past the printed part. And this is going to go on here, and you can kind of set this in place and then move the belts into position. But make sure that they are the same number of teeth passed, so we keep our reference on the reference point on the belts. And then we are going to find my 2.5 inch driver, and we're just going to snug these down, not tight, just enough to hold the belts in place. Ian Tricker, should I get the Highwind rails? I get them for the same price. If you're getting them for the same price, they're probably not Highwind. Honestly. If you're getting them for the same price, they're probably not genuine Highwind. For the 0.9 AB, would you fit the 25 tooth pulley as per the orange Trident or stock 20 tooth? The 20 tooth. That was the, I mean, I set up the orange Trident with a couple of parts to play around with. I would recommend going with our spec setup. It'll be a lot easier to troubleshoot. You will get a perfectly working printer. If you get to the point where you want to push the limits and you understand what happens when you go from a 20 tooth to a 25 tooth pulley, then that's when I would go and start playing with that kind of stuff. Okay, so this side is on, but not tight. It's just enough to hold the belts in place. I need to put because I forgot, I need to put a M3x12 in here for the indexing bolts for the tool head. So I'm just going to thread this in and then use the tool head piece as a spacer to know how far to thread it in. It's supposed to be 3 millimeters of gap. You just want enough to where you can still slide the tool head on there. We're going to prepare the other side of the X-frame, and I'm just going to start with that 12 millimeter screw. And this piece to set the spacing. Dimitri, hi, thanks a lot for the streams. NEMA 14 for the stealth burner should be 17 or 20 millimeter. The recommendation would be the 20 millimeter, but both will work. The 17 tends to run a little hotter. Currently, I think I'm running 17 on all 3 of the printers I have stealth burner set up on right now. I do have some 20 millimeters that this will end up getting a 20 millimeter when I do change over to that. Okay, we're also going to pre-insert the M3 nuts on this part right now, on this side. So there's 2 nuts that are used to hold the 2 halves together. So I'm just going to grab these, and I'm going to grab a 40 millimeter screw, even though we end up using a 30. Just for more to grab onto putting these nuts in place. So I'm going to push them in from this side. Echo to Papa 2. My 2.4 is printing fine. However, notice the Z-belt is just touching the AB bracket. The Z-belt is fine on the front idlers. Should I fix? How? Check your Z-belt routing to make sure that you are not maybe binding up or riding up on a flange on a pulley. When it is all tight and tensioned, it does get very close to the printed part, but it shouldn't rub. Okay, so I'm pushing these hex bolts in, and then I'm going to maybe grab a shorter screw because this will take longer. I forgot I've got just the half of it. I would use a 40 millimeter probably if I had the 2 halves together doing this, but I'm just gonna run this through just to seat that nut. Thanks, Printer Prawn. I like this color too. I'm very pleased with how it's turning out. Okay, just making sure that those hex nuts are seated. Now we're gonna pull the other belts. And we're gonna capture them right like that. And then, not tight, we're just going to set these in place, and then we're going to loosen it enough so we can pull on those belts and get an initial tension going. So, remembering that I removed these, so we're going to thread our idler tensioning screws in. Angel G. So part of the change to Voron 2.4 R2 is to an MGN12 for X. That's where the difference between the rails come in. Everything else is still the same MGN9. It's just an MGN12 for X. You can very easily go to the MGN12 setup right now by downloading the XY joints and the X carriage from Trident. The rest of the parts, the Y chain mount, the end stop pod, those are all the same. It's just the X carriage and the 4 pieces total for the XY joints. And those can all be had in the Trident repo right now. So we're going to loosen these enough that we can pull on the... We're going to pull up here. We're just going to pull these to where they don't need to be tight, but they should be even. Should be the same amount sticking out, and then we're still not tightening this, we're just locking the belts in place. Those are the same. These are still somewhat loose, but we'll take care of that in the tensioners. And then we're going to throw the 30mm screws that connect the 2 halves in. I take that back. The top one's a 40mm on this setup still. The new setups, for Clockwork 2, it's 2 30mm. On Clockwork 1, it has to be a 40 on the top. I think at the very least, the goal of getting R2 stuff out by the time the kit is ready, that it just happens to be, it's not necessarily because of the kit, because R2 is coming anyway, but it's a good goal to have this ready for folks who are building these. Frank, will you do a convert for your green V2 soon? Yeah, that'll be future content. Taking an already assembled and hopefully the quicker ways and the tips for swapping out parts. Where we're doing a full from scratch build right now, some of the things you may do differently on an upgrade we'll try to cover in another stream. Unmaker, the reason that R2 parts aren't released yet is because when we do release it, we want it to be a complete package, which will include an updated assembly manual. There are enough differences that it would trip up a lot of new builders to just release the parts without releasing an updated assembly guide. So the 2 halves are snug. Now I'm just going to kind of loosen and then tighten all of these just to make sure everything is settled. I did print my parts before building it, so these are exactly the same length, which means we should be similar in tension. I am not writing, I'm just checking the belt path to make sure I'm not riding up on any flanges. The fronts look good. This is moving smooth. And I'm going to cut these enough to where you can loop the belt back and just kind of loop it around what would be the end stop wires to get them out of the way. So about an inch, 25mm ish. Enough so you can still grab onto it when you are working on it later. And making sure that they are the same length still. Now these will loop back into the part and be mostly out of the way, like that. Zerwi did the LDO kit. LDO included information in their docs that the kit includes MGN12 and you should print Trident parts. I think I haven't seen that. I think they do, but the idea that when this is actually released, they don't talk about MGN12 here, but that'll be the standard by the time it's actually in people's hands. Sanity, I did D-rack early in the stream, but we're going to do the final D-rack with the belts and with tension. So we are good here. Everything still moves smooth. Now we're going to put some tension on the belts. And I'm going to tension these until they're feeling. I know there's sound apps and stuff that you can cover, but I just kind of do it by feel. And once it's there, I move the gantry through its motion and then see which side hits first. So right now, I don't know if you can see it. This one has some play. This one's bottomed out. So I'm going to tighten this side a little bit. And then we're going to run it through the motion. And now both sides bottom out at the same time. And we're good. Hi, Domenico. Everything moves smooth. Right now I'm eyeing. So we use this in an earlier stream. We use this pulley alignment jig, and I'm eyeballing how well the belt is centered on the pulleys, and it's actually pretty much perfect. I don't feel like I have to adjust those at all. So yeah, that's the first time I've actually used that jig. So I think we are good. Can I still buy the aluminum frame? The frame does not change at all. There are no frame changes. This is a minor update. Like I said, 2.4 R2 won't even get a Voron Live. It'll just get an announcement that the parts are available. It's not a big enough thing for a Voron Live. Making sure everything's good back here. Everything is lined up and looks good. I think we are ready for the next part of the build. What hot end are you going to use for this? It'll be a Dragon standard flow. Now, the kit, from what I'm hearing from Jason and what he said on stream, they did a poll on what folks would prefer, to source their own hot end or to have one included in the kit, and the preference was to source your own. So they included a Dragon standard flow for the purpose of this build, but the kit will not have a hot end. So source your own. At least that's the last word from Jason. Okay, let's put together a Afterburner. Get this out of the way. Get some pieces, and let's see if we can get a little more angle here. I had to reprint this piece because it's on the list of in the printed parts guide here from LDO. There is an extra mounting point on the side here for the Toolhead PCB. I made the mistake of printing this all on its own, and I ended up with a spot that didn't get enough cooling there, right here, and it's a little ugly. So I'm hoping, I didn't notice that until right before this stream. I'm hoping that I can correct that with a little bit of file, and I don't think it's in a spot that's going to affect its operation. So I'm gonna sand that down, and then I'm gonna match this contour for the latch in this direction, and then we're gonna call it good. So NYX code, no stealth burner, because stealth burner is in beta and we don't know how long it's going to be in beta. And LDO is going to be releasing this with the current Afterburner. It is going to be coming with some parts, some extra parts, like the 5015 fan that you could then choose. The intent is for a Nevermore filter, but you could use it for stealth burner instead. And then I'm gonna just finish all of the flat surfaces to make sure that they mate to its other side nice and flat. I already did that on these pieces. So now this needs some heat sets. I think Afterburner's down here. Oh, let's do these since I have this as well. A couple of heat sets here. After Dalaburkas, can you tell us which printed parts get a new revision? The XY joints and the X carriage for MGN 12. The Z drive modules, the corners on the bottom, those are revised for the amplifier feet. Now that requires also a revision to the skirts that are right next to them because the shape on the side changed. So the skirts right next to them get a revision, but the center fan modules are the same. Martin, I will not be assembling the Nevermore filter for this build. I don't have any of the media, and I haven't had time to go out and see where I can source it. It may be content for a future stream, covering some of the mods that are out there. Okay, I need 2 heat sets for this. I'll put my heat set bag. There they are. Do I have to print both the upper and lower part for the XY joints? Yes. You need all 4 pieces for the XY joints. Are the LGX Bondtech going to be used, or is it the old extruder innards that's in mind? It's all the BMG insides are being used. Those of you that were on last stream, I was having some glitchy problems with this camera. I ended up switching around what USB ports things were plugged into. I found out that I think everything was running off of one channel on the USB. So far I haven't noticed it. And I hope the sound has been consistent. But I'd appreciate it if anybody notices anything. Whether it's better or not. Massage weren't the front idlers to be revised as well. You're right. I forgot about that. They get a little printed part modification. Nope, I put that camera out there just for this, and I forgot to put it on. And this is just a flat surface I'm using just to make sure the heat set is completely flush and inserted. Those screws we did. We've got clockwork stuff to do and this piece to do. Okay. Where are all my clockwork pieces? Few more inserts. I have my soldering iron set at about 425 Fahrenheit. That's what it says right now. So Jesper Kling has a good point. I mentioned that I don't have the carbon for the Nevermore filter. When you do source it, you want to make sure you get acid-free stuff. Otherwise you're going to end up... Is it acid-free? Is that what it is? Or is there something else in it that causes problems? I think it was acid though. That might... push it into the desk to seat that. We've got one insert here. Two inserts on this side. One more insert. This is the extra insert on the side of this. Killer prints, we're using the micro switch end stop instead of the Hall effect sensors on this. That's what's included with the kit. iPod 3839. I usually go at, I try to keep a consistent 10 a.m. Pacific, whatever that is, UTC or whatever, on Sundays. Lately for this build, I've also been doing about 6 p.m. my time during the weekdays. So, Tomas, 10 euros, even though I'm also building it. So relaxing, just listen to you, Steve. Thank you. I appreciate that. Did heat sets go in front of the ducts too? In front of the ducts. Yes, I put the heat set inserts on the front of this piece. Not... No, I need the two here. Thank you. I was thinking of these two holes, but yes, these outer holes. And this... I'm already on stealth burner mode on that, because stealth burner does not use heat sets on the front. Actually see what I'm doing. Okay, front of the ducts, back of the ducts. This piece has been trimmed. That's going to go all together. How's that Fizetic V0 kit? Seems to be pretty complete. Back to the manual. Got the all the heat sets in for this already. And then we're gonna set up this. So let me grab a stepper motor. Stepper. We need the motion box. Has the 2mm inner diameter PTFE tube for Toolhead and the BMG guts here. Thank you, Kilo. I appreciate catching those. Got a couple of tiny grub screws in this bag, so be careful. Got one in the gear already. I think that would be the pinion gear, and then one that I think ends up going with the drive gear over here, the BMG drive gear. Starting to get bots. So I didn't mention this before, but I am very, thankful, pleased, whatever. We passed 2,000 subscribers this past weekend, and that just blows my mind. So I appreciate that, everyone. The increase since the early December stream, and I guess I tickled the algorithm a little bit, got a little more views on the channel, and the subscriber count has shown. So Joseph, Charlie is going to go in for bladder stone removal surgery tomorrow, so with any luck and well wishes, we'll get him back on Tuesday, recovering. Okay, so this grub screw does not have thread locker on it, but I believe this will be included in the grub screws that do on the kit. And it got stuck to the end of my thread locker stick here, so get that thing out of here. I got a little too much on it that way. There we go. Okay, according to the manual, look at chat here. 1,000 of those is due to Charlie for sure. I'm pretty sure just about, okay, let's say 1,900 of them are probably due to Charlie. I'll take a little bit of credit. Charlie is, without a doubt, the best cat I've ever had. I mean, he's just one of those tolerant cats, and I mean, it helps that he's kind of latched on to me. I mean, I'm his human. He wants to be in my lap or sit, or I put a pillow next to my computer so he could have somewhere besides my lap to stay. So we really hope he is with us a little longer. But he's 14 and a half. He's had a good run. He's had a good catered life. So we are going to put this Hey Matt, your comment probably auto removed because you can't post links. It wouldn't have been anything that Kilo or I did. It's just part of the channel doesn't allow just anybody to post a link. So that wasn't targeted at you. We have been getting fake links from bots though, and that's what I was commenting on. Yeah. So this stepper, I covered this when we did the unboxing, but in this iteration, the extruder stepper is pre-terminated, which is nice. We crimped our own connector onto switch wire, so it looks like they've got this process down. So we're going for about, it says 3.2 millimeters on the spacing here, which is awfully specific. I don't even know how well I can measure that. Oh, I'm not showing. So I'm gonna do like this, and I'm gonna kind of go like this and say, okay, it's good enough. I'm going to set the spacing on that when we get it onto here, and I'm going to just make sure that it's hitting the flat spot of this pinion is hitting the spur gear well. Orientation of this wire is what I'm thinking about right now. So this has been pre-cut in, there is an intended orientation of the wire of the output of this on the motor plate. I like to install the wire coming out this way, and then I go under and around to whatever wiring system is going on. In this case, it'll be a Toolhead PCB. I'm going to play around. I'm going to grab the Toolhead PCB and kind of mock it up and see if that will work. Otherwise, we'll move it wherever we need to, if that makes sense. Hobbyist notes, this is blue thread locker, which is the, what is that, medium strength? I would go blue or purple, don't go red. Red Loctite requires heat to remove. Blue or purple, I think, would be the recommendation. Grab a couple of fans while I'm here. And I wanted to mock up the Toolhead PCB. Hi John, welcome to the stream. So this is going to go about right there, and this I think is just going to plug in right there. So I think we're okay with the way that I want to do this. Yeah, okay. Go back to the manual. Oh boy. Red on the frame. At least it might not be too bad to heat up if you ever need to. But I wouldn't use red on anything on Voron. I'm going to very lightly put in this first screw, which kind of holds the motor plate to the stepper. And I'm going to assemble the Bondtech drivetrain here. Grub screw for that is in this other bag. Drive gear goes in this direction. Oh, I'm zoomed in. That's why I zoomed in for something else. There we go. So I've got a couple of bearings. Where are those bearings? Here they are. This guy goes there. Make sure, so this has a flat spot. This shaft has a flat spot. We want to make sure that we hit that. It's very important to hit that with this grub screw. Otherwise, the grub screw will stick out and can interfere on the other BMG gear or on the printed part around it. Loctite. Glasses. A little bit of residual Loctite sitting there. Get that off. Now here is where I would make sure that I have the pinion gear on the stepper in the right spot. I'm going to set this in here and just make sure that I've got a good engagement of the stepper, and it's a little too far out, so I'm gonna move it in a little bit, just making sure that I'm fully engaging this black spur gear with the brass pinion. Chris Vaughn, $5. No red Loctite. That's right. Let's highlight that. No red Loctite. Hey John, what did you go see at the theater? It's okay. At least you can catch up later, right? Okay. Let's look at the manual. Where do we go next? So we have that screw in. We put together that. Now we're going to put this, the front plate, the main body against that, and that will allow us to set our mesh on the stepper to that spur. Yep. Put this. There we go. Push that bearing into the front piece, and then we need a M3 by 30. So I'm gonna kind of hold these parts in position, snug these screws, and then I'm going to feel. So what you're looking for is a tiny bit of rock in this spur gear to the brass pinion gear when this is tightened down, and I got that right right away. Just this tiniest little bit. You should be able to hear it. I don't know. You probably can't hear that. It's so faint. But what that allows for is any imperfections in the concentricity of the spur gear, and also for heat expansion, making sure that you don't, as this thing warms up, as anything changes, you don't bind those gears. Anybody who comes from the RC car world, you're very familiar with setting your gear mesh. Usually you use a little piece of paper or something. See ya, Evil. Thanks for being here. So, yeah, I'm feeling good about that. So we are going to snug those down, not too much, and continue with the build. Now, I can probably get here and we can probably see this. Oh, a little bit of extra light. I forgot about that light. If you see this assembly floats here, the intent is for that to float, and when your filament comes through, it's going to self-center. What you want to make sure at this point is at somewhere in the middle of that travel, it's lined up with the filament path, and it is on here. Hey, David. Everybody say hi, David. Yeah, on this you can't RWD RC, maybe, is that radio control? Yeah. On this you just kind of got to go by feel. You can feel a little tiny bit of rock in there. So here, Ken, this is the orientation that I'm going with on the motor wiring. It's going to wrap around underneath the chain mount and then plug into the tool head board right here. And I may use a zip tie to hold this up out of the way, or I may not, depending on where it falls. Binomics, so no need for a 36mm pancake stepper on the CW2. The current iteration of CW2 that is in beta requires that round pancake stepper motor. We will be working towards and hoping to provide a version that uses this stepper, but it is a little ways out. This is CW1, like Kilo is saying. This is not CW2. So we are going to grab a little bit of grease, for the idler bearings. Get the idler installed. There we go. So I put that in until the grease just started to squeeze out of the bearings, and then I'm going to set the other bearing next to it and plug the end, and then I'm going to push the pin through the bearing with the grease in it, and that's going to push the grease up into the next one, and then since I plugged the end, it's going to force it into the in between the bearings, and I'm just going to kind of distribute it. And that will well grease these without, I mean, there's only so much grease that can be held in there now with the pin in place. We don't want to touch with our greasy fingers the filament side of this if we can help it. And then snap this into the guidler. Where are we at? What did Tracy Moon say about throwing you in the fire? Hobbyist notes, so the wood grain pattern is due to wrong spacing on the extruder gears. That's one guy's theory. I don't know. Oh, and this spacing that I was talking about, that's not the same spacing that, what is it, Mihai Designs did that video. This isn't the same thing he's talking about. This is just for proper operation of the BMG assembly. There should be a tiny bit of play there just to account for, just with any gear mesh, account for heat expansion and any variation in the roundness of that spur gear. Okay, so that is there, and we have this guy, the latch shuttle, just drops into there. Let's see what the instructions tell us to do. We've got an M3x30 that goes there, and we drop the latch shuttle. That's there. That's there. We just did that. Guidler, and then another M3x30 on the bottom. Go there. Oh, I see, Tracy. Steve, what is the worst printer failure you've ever had? I feel like I've been pretty lucky with printer failures. I mean, I've got the typical, let's see, had some pretty major layer shifts on this holiday box I've been trying. I was printing earlier. I think this was due to too low of current on my AB steppers on the purple Trident, and as soon as I bumped those up just a tiny bit, I printed several of these after that. That just went in the trash. I've had it around too long. Other than that, I haven't had a whole lot of major issues. I think I've been fortunate. Print failures, clogs. I've run on my CR10, I've run the Toolhead into the bed hard enough that I had to rebend the little bracket that holds it together. Let's see, that one's there. Now we get to put the latch in, and that is a 20. By 20. Where are we at? Okay. Okay. I've had a surprising few filament blobs around tool heads. I got one not too long ago on the Mark III, but I've never had one on a Voron, I don't think. I don't think I've ever had a blob monster on the Hotend. Then we have this nifty little thing that LDO has customized. Look at that. A custom tensioner thumb screw. And it has a shoulder to the bolt so that I think this washer will thread off, but it's not just gonna fall off. Look at that. Isn't that neat? And that's Clockwork 1. What can we, is there any reason not to put the tool head on there? I don't think there's any reason not to put this guy on here. Those two, this is the extra mounting point, and that's, so this goes here. Now I printed a little spacer I have to find. Gosh, I think a lot of stuff LDO is doing in these kits, they're trying to make available as separate parts, and I think that's going to be one of them. So. Digging through my printed parts here. Bear with me. I don't see that part. Where did I put it? It's bright green, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. These parts. Oh, that's right. It's not bright green. I forgot to print it, so I threw it on a gray plate. goes on there, and it's got a little notch in there. I think it's to avoid some of these parts. Yeah, it's to avoid that part, that pin there. So use 3x6s, I think. I could be wrong here. Might be. Yeah, let's go with an M3x8 on those. Was there a benefit to the motor on that CW1 compared to the new NEMA 14 Pancake on the BMG Lite? So on the CW1, you end up with a 17 to 50. Is that right? 17 to 50 gear ratio. On the CW2, you're a 10 to 50 gear ratio. And I don't know. It seems to be enough. I mean, we've been using that setup. People have been using that setup. I shouldn't say we, but that setup has been used for quite some time. For us, we've used it on Voron 0.1, but other groups and other printer designs have used those pancakes. It's a little fiddly to get the printed spacer sandwiched in there. There we go. Which Toolhead PCB is this? So this is based on Hart's Toolhead PCB, but it is manufactured by LDO in some pretty awesome colors. Ian Tricker, if I bought from the Voron PIF, would they print these extra parts you have said over your stream, such as now and linear rail alignment? So the linear rail alignments always come with the PIF kits. The different parts for the LDO kit, I don't know for sure, but once this becomes readily available, I think Doc will make an announcement on how PIF is going to deal with that. It may be, because there are quite a few different prints, it may be a supplemental part of PIF. Doc will have to address that when we get closer to that. Ben Granger, so between Clockwork 1 and Clockwork 2, the stepper setups, there is a gear ratio change. There is also, this is a heavier stepper than the small NEMA 14, the round NEMA 14. Ian, it is a challenge to try to make progress while trying to talk too, but I enjoy both quite a bit. So I'm trying to find that balance. Hopefully I don't lose anybody. Trying to catch up to chat. Okay, so this is on here, and then this is going to end up plugging in to that port right there. I'm not going to actually plug it in right now. We are going to move on to probably, let's assemble the Hotend. Got a Dragon standard flow here. And the standard 0.4 millimeter plated nozzle. I'm just gonna snug this right now. And then we need to take this groove mount adapter off. How's that? I don't have a ball end this size. Very carefully. There we go. Lots of pressure and a slow turn takes care of that. There we go. In there, and these couple of screws in there. I'll never need them, but whatever. In the packaging for the Dragon Hotend are the screws to attach it to the tool head. I don't need that part, so I'll leave it in there. Brett W. Eddie's IDEX build is awesome. It is on the plate. It is on the, it is on the list of projects to do. The orange trident here will probably be the basis. I have a orange 350 frame. I'm going to widen the trident to account for the IDEX tool heads. So Eddie's stuff is pretty cool, and I've been wanting to do true dual head IDEX type stuff for a long time. So I'm going to follow his lead on that and build one at some point. Okay. What do we got going here? We need to cut a piece of PTFE tubing. And that, of course, is not listed in the manual of how long that needs to be. I think, is it 22 millimeters for a Dragon? It needs to stick up 10 millimeters above this surface here, not including this little bump. It needs to stick up 10 millimeters above this surface for Afterburner 1. I think it's the same for Clockwork. For Clockwork 1. I think it's the same for Clockwork 2. That would put us we're at 14.5 millimeters. The PTFE sticks into here about a millimeter. Yep, a millimeter. So that's 15.5 plus 10 is 25.5 is what we want to make that PTFE to. So I'm going to grab this guy. You're not going to use the thermal compound that comes with Phaetus hot ends. The thermal compound for what? You never use the thermal contact for the nozzle into the heat break. That's not, I'm not 100% sure what this would be for. Maybe they have you use it for the heater cartridge and the thermistor. but I'm not going to use it. I have a jig. You guys have seen me use it before. It's super simple. It's just a flat surface with an appropriately sized hole here for a PTFE tube. And I use this just to make sure I can get square cuts on the PTFE. And I just take an X-Acto knife and scrape across there. I get a square end, and then we're going to measure 25.5 millimeters. Holy moly, that's 25.46 of where I set it. That is lucky. Tighten that down, cut that off. And then I always take a countersink bit that I bought just for this, and I think it's a 60-degree. This is new. All it gets used on is this PTFE. And I'm just gonna put a little chamfer on the inside bore of that, and that's what I'm gonna put up into clockwork. That way it's less likely for filament to get caught on the edge of that tubing. So we want to make sure that this is going, that chamfered part points up. You don't need a chamfer, and you don't want a chamfer on the side that's going into the dragon. Oh, that's right. That's what someone reminded me. So the dragon comes with this little brass tube, and I think the idea here is you can take an older style glass thermistor and stuff it in there, and I think you put some of this thermal grease in there along with it. Is that right? That's my best guess. Yeah. I need the electronics box. Electronics or cables? I think it's cables, actually. I need the hot end and the thermistor. There they are. Thermistor cable. These are all pre-cut to length and terminated. We are going to put this like this, which means we're going to put this. So I do this a little different than most people. Hopefully that doesn't bite me with the lengths of the cables. Let's see if LDO has anything to say on this. LDO is still working on their wiring guide, but it's out here. On the docs.ldomotors.com, there is the info here. We've got things. We're talking about stepper orientation. Now, I hadn't seen this document until this morning, actually, because I was busy with Christmas and stuff. Their recommendation of orienting the Z steppers this way so that the connector is, in these 48 millimeter steppers, put the connector just past the printed part. I've been doing this since my first Voron 2 build, and the manual I think has you put it out, take the connector out the opposite side. But since this fits so well, it just made sense to me to run the connector on the Z drive module side. So we've already done that on this build, so I don't have to change that for their recommendation. We're going to go through here. We're looking for Toolhead wiring to see if they are expecting us to wrap this heater, wiring around the heater block, which I don't like to do. And I don't see anything specific about it, so we're gonna wing it. Morton, the kit does come because they're pre-terminated for their Toolhead board. So the kit does come with this stuff. It won't come with this specific Hotend, but these are kind of, you know, are standard parts now. I am going to strain relief these wires with a pair of pliers and make a nice sharp bend on here. And this is going to go like that. This is the orientation of that heater block. It's towards the front of the tool head, the fat part of the heater block. If you put it around this way, then it gets too close to your sensor, your probe back here, and can melt it. So I'm going to go here. I'm just going to snug this to hold it in place. I don't know, KR Barth. A lot of people like to wrap it around there to, they seem to feel like it has a little easier time of routing the wires. I'm curious if it's going to have an effect on the length of these wires going to the tool head, if LDO has folks doing that or not. So I'm going to set these in here, and then I'm going to grab these. I think it's the shorter, the Hotend comes with 2 lengths of screws. I'm pretty sure it's the shorter of them. Yep. And I'm not tightening any of this. I'm just putting things in place. What are these? We get down into the tool head here pretty soon. What's that up there? Are those 20 millimeters or 16s for the front of the? It must be up here. Sixteens. Three by 16. As long as it works. If your wires seem to route better wrapping it around the heater block, there's nothing wrong with that. I just don't like to have the extra wire there. I'm gonna, there we go. Oop. So I'm just trying to figure out where these are gonna go. I really have a feeling once this gets up here, we've got a lot of extra wire there. They might be expecting us to wrap it, but I'm still not going to. Okay, now that those are there, we're going to put the rest of our screws in here. Not tightening anything yet because I still have to put that PTFE tube in there. Loosen all of this. Put that in. Like that. And then tighten everything down. Make sure everything's clear. Hello, will you be making a clicky probe to switch wire? I haven't looked at the options for switch wire on any of the magnetically docked probe setups. It's challenging because there's not a lot of off-bed space on there, but it's something I wouldn't mind looking at. So this will fit. I think part of the concept around wrapping the wires is to kind of shield it from the probe, the inductive probe back here. But where are my zip ties? In the fastener box, I'm sure. Zip ties. Is there anything else I'm going to need here? I should keep those tools out in case they're useful. One really nice thing about Stealth Burner is not having to deal with these kind of weak, fragile, I guess I should say, zip tie slots. The wiring path on Stealth Burner for this is really nicely covered. Making sure that those lay nicely. I'm gonna help this along with a little bit of clearing out of the printed part with a X-Acto knife. There we go. I think that'll work. We will do the Stealth Burner on this, Chris. We will. I'll be more wishing when we actually mount it and I have to get the screws in from the back. Okay, where are we in the instructions? So we got the tool head together. That'll all go on there. Are we ready to clean up and bring the printer back up here? Oh, we can get the fan, the blower housing stuff all together. Yeah, we're gonna get into this stuff. So fan. Fan housing. I need a piece of filament, Walsbach green filament. Let's take this back to about that's more than enough. Set it right there. This is acts as a hinge. This filament acts as a hinge. Push it through and then snip it flush. That's it. Where are we at? Doing good. Almost 200 people on here. That's awesome. Okay, fans going here. Let's do the 40 by 20 fan. We're just gonna use a small screwdriver to trigger these, undo these latches. And that gets yeeted. Did they provide a pin for that hinge? No, it's just filament. It's just the length of the filament that you use. That is an interesting question though. Does PIF provide a length of filament for that? I actually have no idea. I imagine they do. This goes in with the wires here towards the back. And then this goes on here. And then what are these? Those are M3 by 16s. Just had those. M3 by 12. Where did I set those? There they are. That's a I guess then there's some expectation that you'd have some filament. And if you're printing all of your non-functional parts, you would have something that would work. So I guess that's reasonable. I was just curious if they did include it. Okay, so that goes there, and then the 40mm fan just snaps in there with the wiring going through this little path. Now you want to make sure that there is enough slack here so you can flip the fan up. And then those go out that way. Okay, we're gonna bolt that on after we get it onto the printer, but let's clean up a little bit and get ready for that. The bots are active today, huh? I've seen quite a few come across. Thank you, Kilo, for catching those. I have not seen them until after you've deleted them, so that's awesome. All these extra parts for the Dragon Hotend. Anybody building a Voron should have, anybody building any printer should have rolls of filament on hand. So I don't see it as a problem. I was just curious if it was included. Okay. Should go like that. These M3x40s. These do not have to be super tight, just bottomed out. And then clockwork sits up there like that. Let's we've already got ourselves all the gantries in place, so let's pull these rubber bumpers out. Hey, squirrel brain. Get a little better view on this. Any feelings on titanium backers? I've gone back and forth opinion-wise, but the evidence seems to stack up. I think it's the same. I got the same feeling. Technically, the reasoning is sound, but I haven't used them yet. I do have, I think the most consistent first layer printer I have is my purple Trident, and I'm using, I have set up, gone through the trouble of setting up the frame expansion compensation setup, which was a royal pain in the neck for me because it's a Trident and all of the current stuff out there is centered around a V2. But I think I do get, after running through that 3-hour calibration and then getting some help from the guy that developed it. Sorry, I don't quite, what was his name? I'm drawing a blank on his name, on his Discord name anyway. But someone will remind me. With a little bit of help from him, I've got it working and it seems to work great. I haven't tried the backers though. Michael, you did not miss it. Alchemy. Thank you, Kilo. Alchemy was very helpful with me for doing the final setup on that. Michael, I did forget to install the probe. So we'll pretend that never happened and fix it right now. JP Gray, I'm currently shopping for a Trident build. Where did I get the orange frame? The orange frame was a special request by me as the first production Trident frame to check it out. There were only a few made and they've all been gobbled up, and I don't believe LDO will be initially offering those in their Trident kits. However, I think anybody who is looking for something, I think LDO is one of the most receptive companies out there to customer needs. If they get enough requests, I'm sure they might change their mind. So let LDO know what you prefer. Jason on the Discord is a great source for doing that. Let's see, where did that probe go? I think it's in here, in the cable kit. There were only 6 orange Trident frames made, and I got a 250 and a 350, and I'm going to use parts of the 350 to make the Tridex, or Trident IDEX. Okay, we have a included pre-terminated Omron probe, and we need the 25mm screws for those. And LDO is even smart enough to include those as button heads, because there can be some clearance issues here. So we're going to pull these belts out that we had looped back. This guy goes in here, and then I need to find something like that. I need to find the little bracket. Maybe it's up here. There's a slight possibility I forgot to print it. Do they make carbon fiber extrusions? Well, technically, can you extrude carbon fiber? Maybe if you extruded like a paste of carbon fiber and epoxy, but extrusion shaped pieces out of carbon fiber. They do make the box carbon fiber tubing. I don't think it's extruded. I think it's a different build process, but yes, I guess the bottom line is they make something that resembles, at least in square, a tubing out of carbon fiber. But for anything outside of basically the x-axis here, there's no point in using anything like that on a printer. This would be just for weight savings. The Vex 3D, I think it is. It has a lot of content on doing that. I need to find that little bracket, or a bracket. Or, okay, well, I think it's missing. So we're going to improvise. We are going to improvise just with a couple of hex nuts. Don't you wrap the probe with the tape to prevent thermal to the probe? Yes, you're right. This kit does come with some foil tape, fiberglass foil tape, to wrap around the front of the Omron probe. I've never had one of these melt when the hot end is installed properly. I've been using these probes for all of my printers before I switched to any of the Clicky or Euclid setups, and I've never had one of these melt. The PL08, which by the way is not really compatible with the MGN12 setup, those melt if you look at them funny. But since it's included in the kit, you're right, it's a good reminder, I'm going to install it. Assuming I can find it. So this is the foil tape in question. Let's see, someone said I should print it because it takes like 10 minutes. I do happen to have the V0 keyed up. It would not take long. Give me a second to slice it and throw it over there. Okay, it is on its way. I'm not even going to worry about a heat soak on that for that tiny part. Hey, law module. Honestly, I haven't seen these melt at all. I mean, as echoed by Lol and some others in chat. But I'm going to put it on here because there's one key thing that anybody who's building an LDO kit and sees this and wants to use it, and there's no problem with using it, but sees this and wants to use it is going to want to pay attention to. On these probes, right here is a little LED light. And if you take this tape and just put it on flush with the bottom, you're going to cover that indicator light and you can't use it to troubleshoot your install. So I'm going to install this to just under the level of that light so that we can still see it later. So that is the biggest reason why we're going to go ahead and do it here, because somebody getting this kit is going to have this foil and install it and then not be able to see that LED. So I'm just going to line this up to just below that LED. And we're going to take my And cut this flush with the bottom of the just like that, so we can still see that LED that's right there. You could poke a hole, but it's a whole lot easier to just not install it to where it's covered. Once that's on there, I don't know how easy it's going to be because that's pretty flush. I don't know how easy with this textured foil it's going to be to find that hole. You could pre-poke it and then place it. Whatever floats your boat. Where are my tweezers? V0 just started homing. It's preheated, so we should only have a few minutes for that print. Yeah, I think it's close enough on the availability on this. I would reach out to whoever your nearest distributor is and ask them when they expect to get them. Because you're going to get an answer from LDO based on when they ship them to vendors. But different parts of the world are going to have different challenges in how they get from LDO to the vendors. So I think your most accurate estimate on availability is going to come from the distributors, the vendors. While we're waiting, I can't really even do that. What can we do while we're waiting? What part of the assembly? Guess we can just chat. Next stage of drink. This guy? Kilo? XY cable chain bridge is there. And the Y cable chain, I'll install that when I run the wire, the harness. Oh, prime line is done. Yeah. That ought to go. Thanks, Ken. I'm really liking the way this looks too. It does get dusty though. What about Kapton tape? I suppose you could see the LED through it. Yeah, but I'm building a kit and I'm using the parts that come with the kit. And in this case, this foil tape is what came in the kit, so we use that. I used it on the switch wire as well. Did the same thing. I think I covered this same idea that we don't want to cover that LED. DIN rails are mounted. There is something that I didn't do on the DIN rails. Maybe we will do that. It's something to do, right? If we pull this, oh, that was not fun. Put it right there. All wired up. Thanks for the content. Helped a ton. Awesome, Killa. Good job. How many motors does it have? So this is 7 total. The 4 Z motors, the 2 AB steppers, and then the extruder. What is the plan to adopt Stealth Burner to Galileo? Ask Jared what I think Jared has some idea on what he's wanting to do. Might take a while. I mean, we're all doing this in our free time, but I think he has a plan. Let's see. There were some nifty covers for the DIN rails, covers for the DIN rails in one of these boxes. Yeah, there they are. These little end caps to take care of any sharp edges on these rails. Let's see, because there's a little sharp spot right there. There's no real burring, so I think we can just, oops, this goes on the end there just to protect those corners. This side has a little bit of burring, so I'm gonna grab my file and just kind of get rid of that. This is a bit of feedback that's been provided. They cleaning up these ends a little more. So that's on the list of things that's been reported. These little covers though are nice. Just there we go. We're gonna set this back in here about centered. We'll figure out final positioning on these when we start putting electronics in here. These are just really holding the deck panel in place. Same thing over here. Oh boy, that's loud, huh? Ends on. A little bit of cleanup and then put these ends on. Printing 2 of those brackets at once, just print quality might be slightly better. Yeah. This ball end wrench sometimes makes it difficult to start some of these without cross-threading them. There we go. No, that's not right. I'm cross-threading that. Is it me, or is it the bolt, or is it the T-nut? to take that out. If I can, while the panel's still in place. Nope, it's gone. So what I'm doing right now is I started to thread that in 5x10 in, and it's not threading in smooth. So I've got something cross-threading, either the nut or the bolt. Now I've tried to take the T-nut out to just replace it, and I wasn't holding it in place, and now it's fallen down against this next one. I'm going to try to get this out by simply shifting this next one down and then pulling this out through there like that. There we go. Now we're just going to replace it. I'm going to put something in the way here and try to not drop it on the floor too many times. And try to get that in here after the fact. There we go. And of course I probably should have checked to see if it threaded in smoothly before I did that, but it does. Now I gotta recover this one. There we go. Put that one back. Print just finished. Yep, there we go. Oh, where are we at? Toss that in the reject pile. Jared declared he will make 2.0 Galileo, but won't be based on Orbiter 2.0. Okay. A bit mysterious still. It's still early. He's probably still figuring things out. Kilo is absolutely right. If you can, and if you remember, test fitting, especially heat set inserts, to make sure the threads aren't bad is a good idea. DJ Natty, you're currently in a train. Catch the VOD later. Great. I had a good Christmas, aside from worrying about Charlie, but visiting family was good. The filament that was on the printer was Stellar Black, so we're going to get Stellar Black probe retainer bracket. Looking for my little brass block, but I don't really need it. Now we're going to let that cool, because if I hold it down with my finger, I'm going to get burned. That's good enough. And we are set. Steve, what is the current failed T-nut score? I think, let's see, 1, 2, 3. I think 4. I think 4 the M5s. I haven't had an M3. I haven't had an M3 fail. That one did not fail insertion. It failed the threads, but I had to have started it wrong. I don't know that I would blame that fourth one on anything other than me trying to use a ball wrench to thread straight into it, and I caught it wrong and deformed something. So let's say 3.5 failed T-nuts. Shut-in gaming or Torx Fighter. The brass inserts here I think are still a good idea, because if you tried to make a piece like we do for the that we kind of have to for the cable chain mount back here, holding those in place, getting them to press in correctly depending on what your print settings are and stuff, I think would be more frustration than using heat set inserts on this. Okay, so we have the inductive probe and 2 M3x25 screws, and now this bracket is done. We can get this bolted together. So I heard inductive probe is unreliable in the enclosed chamber. Any thoughts on this? So I don't know if I would say unreliable if it's a good probe like these Omrons or something, but they are affected by temperature, and you need to spend probably more time making sure that between prints you have a consistent startup procedure. So consistent heat soak time period, that kind of thing. Zero. One question. Do you actually have issue 6 errors with your 3D printer? Absolutely. Depending on what your definition of issue 6 errors are. So I'm on the camp. You are never going to get a absolutely perfect surface on your vertical walls, extrusion consistency or whatever, when you are melting plastic and laying it down with one of these. To some degree, you're always going to see that. The question is to what degree is a problem or not. If you put any of these prints under the right light, they look bad. But looking at things, using them, they're not as bad as that harsh light looks. Hi, Robot Print. Merry Christmas to you too. Yeah, and Domenico is right. I think as long as you're in a consistent environment, then you're going to get consistent results. that is on there. Now we're gonna kind of estimate. We're gonna tuck these belts out of the way. And then we're gonna put this on snug into place, and we're gonna look for, oh, there's my little brass piece. We are too far down. We want that probe to be a few millimeters above the bottom of the nozzle. So, pull this off. Oops, wrong screwdriver. I'm used to the... Do I look like someone that's in Homeland, Mazer? I haven't seen Homeland. I hear it's a great show, but I haven't seen it. When I tuck these belts in, they interfere a little much to the, a little more than that I like when I put the tool head on. So I'm gonna cut like just like 2 millimeters, 4 millimeters off of these, the ends of these. So I'm gonna cut 2 things just so they tuck in there a little closer. There, that looks a lot better. How do you know that the X bar is 90 degrees to the Y bars? So I always use the front idlers as an indexing point. And as long as both sides hit here at the same time, then you are perpendicular to the Y axis. I'm going to grab something. What can I grab that would work for this? I want to make sure that the nozzle is below the level of the, or below the level of the probe without having to just eyeball it, because I could just set something straight along here and eyeball that it's level, but I don't trust my ability to eyeball that. What are we at? Is sound lagging now? That's sitting there. And this moving down. We are at even all around. And I'm a few millimeters above the bed, so I think I'm okay. I might go slightly lower on the probe and then call it good. I don't know how you guys, I'd be curious how you guys set this. I'm about 2.5 millimeters above right now. Then making sure I have a flat gantry by comparing where the holes in the rails are. And this is just eyeballing. It doesn't have to be precise. There we go. So after all of that, the probe is in place, and now we can finish assembling the afterburner. Probe wire tucks into that spot. Domenico, I did move things around on the USB ports, so I think I'm better that way. I don't think we're getting the same glitching in this camera that we were last stream. So. Okay, so this is on, and then we use, according to the instructions, an M3 by 30 on one side and an M3 by 20 on the other side to attach it to the heritage. M3 by 30 and M3 by 20. Yeah, Domenico, I started straight off this stream with the webcam audio since the microphone on the 6400 just is picking up everything. So until I can figure out what's going on with that or how I can improve that, the webcam audio seems to work okay. Dimitri, there is one 6x3 magnet for the in the BOM for the stealth burner in case you're running a Hall effect end stops for X and Y. The magnet would go in on the top, on the outside of where this hex nut dot is. You put the hex nut in first, and then you press the magnet into the hole behind it, or in front of it. Now YouTube is saying I'm having trouble. This off of here now that I'm done with that. How are you guys? Are you guys hearing me okay? YouTube is saying I'm having trouble. I buffered for a second. Let me refresh this real quick. Oh, now I'm back to excellent. Okay. Okay, this is bolted on, that's bolted on. Now we can, I think we can take the fan housing, and we have two M3 by 30s. That we can. Oh shit. So that wire has worked its way out of that kind of wire channel. I don't want that to happen because I don't want it to break. Just kind of trying to make sure that these route in such a way that I can push slack back into that cavity. There. Starting to come together. And I think, what are those? And 3x30s there. We got the Bowden tube there. And those bottom screws are in 3x12s. Sanity 1 50-15 is included for if you're doing Nevermore. This, it would be interesting if that changes. Let's just put it that way. I have no idea, but at least something's included. You just do a self-burner instead of Nevermore or whatever. Yeah, that looks nice, doesn't it? I like doing, this is normally a main color part, this bottom piece. I just like the extra accent on most of my printers. So I print them as accent color on for the whole front. We are, what are we at? We're 3 hours in right now? Okay. We're going to go a while longer. I don't know exactly how long, but let's wire up. Let's see if I can. I need to be able to see this, and I want you to be able to see it. So let's see if we can rearrange some camera stuff around here. And so you're not staring at the back of my head while I'm trying to figure this out. How about that? That's looking pretty good. Ben Granger, is the LDO kit MGN12X? Yes. I would check for clarification, because at one point I think LDO was thinking about including both the MGN9 and the MGN12 rails, but that may have changed. So I would imagine, I would lean towards assuming that it'll be MGN12. I'm currently building a 2.4 and I'm scared that my frame is not square since I don't have a good square at home, but I machine the inside extrusions to the same length and square at work. So measure diagonal across your frame in both directions in the different sides, and that will tell you whether you are square. I don't know if you saw that well enough in the, but across the opposite corners here. Compare them and then go to every side of the printer to check for square and across the top. To make your PIF parts work, would I just buy 2 extra MGN9s? Potentially, but I would wait for more information. If you've bought PIF and then you're waiting for the LDO 2.4 kit, then I think you're in a fairly small minority of people who will be in that exact situation right now, because usually when people are on PIF, I think they've been sourcing parts. I would ask in the PIF channel what your options are, but we may not have full information until we know exactly how this is going to be released to customers. To LDO's customers. Okay, we've got a reading the labels. Oops, let's go here. Reading the labels. Here's part cooling fan. Here's the thermistor 0. This is the Hotend fan, and then this is the heater. And then this is our probe, and this is the stepper. So we're gonna start with the Hotend fan. I'm just gonna bend this around. Instead of the back of my head, you get to see the back of my hand for most of this. And the part fan. And those fit there nicely. I've tucked most of the wire back into the cavity behind the 40-20 fan here. The thermistor goes there. And I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take these and twist them around to where they kind of have a little twist to them like that. I'm going to grab the screwdriver that came with the kit. So I like this little screwdriver that came with it. And I'm going to give some feedback that it's too big for those. So I'm going to grab my little screwdriver. The screwdriver that comes with it is too big for these, so I need to remember to report that. Make sure that these are fully loose. These are not polarized. There we go. And then we are going to pull these in and kind of grab in that cavity right there. What do you think? I think that'll work. Do the same thing here. Wrap those around, plug in the thermistor. I think that'll all get out of the way. And the same thing with the probe wire, and then our stepper. And this I'm just going to tie up here to the harness that's coming through to get it out of the way, and so it doesn't stick out this far too much. There is an X endstop port on the toolhead board, but I imagine that is for using this same board on a Trident, or on a switch wire, because we have the X end stops on the XY joint pod. Let's see, let's catch up on chat. What are we looking at here? What connectors are you using? So this is all pre-crimp stuff from LDO. It's a mostly JST, what is it, XH? A service loop, exactly, Roy. We got service loops in there. And I think it's all going to fit well. I think the cover here, the only thing, oh, that's what I did. So I've got this bolt in here. It actually has to come out because that's what this goes through. But that'll have to move out of the way a little bit. We'll just adjust that service loop over here. Otherwise, I think it'll be fine. Okay. That went reasonably well. where are we at in the build? Let's look at the, so the tool head's on. Afterburner's all assembled. Is this wiring? No, we did all this. We did our Z assemblies and our Z belts. We haven't tensioned them yet. Were the fans the correct polarity? Barnyard is asking. Let me take a quick check. No. No, they're actually not. They actually are not. And do I have a schematic for this? How can I check this easily? So you're right. Thank you for having me check that, Barnyard. The labeling on the silkscreen on the toolhead is different from the wires. So the way it's pinned in the connector is different from the labeling on the silkscreen. Thank you for having me check that. Now I need to figure out where is the error. It's probably in the pinout of the connector, but I need to confirm that. And I think we switch ground on these devices. So I think if we check polarity or continuity between the 24 volt side, we should be good, right? So let's pull these things off. I can absolutely fix this one way or another. It is feedback that needs to go forward, and I haven't checked to see if it's already been provided, but it is something that we need to check. So I'm going to pull out my multimeter and just put it on continuity, because we should, I think this toolhead board is set up such that the 24 volts should just be connected together. So it should be these two, and they are, and the other two are not, which tells me that those are the individual wires going back to the controller for the switched ground on these fans. 24 volts are common, so I think the toolhead board is correct. And I just need to repin these connectors. I'm going to give that a couple of seconds to see if anybody disagrees with my logic. Hi, Philby. Now, what Shut-In Gaming is suggesting is something I could do. I could pull these housings, this plastic housing, off of the, it's just a friction fit onto these pins. I could pull that off, flip it around and push it back on, and that would correct the problem. What I want to find out, let me see if I can find something. There's kind of, I don't think there's a standard for it, but there's a way that most fans are wired as to which side of this connector is positive versus negative. I want to see if that matches what I have. So give me a second. Let me find a fan that I haven't messed with. I know there isn't a standard for polarity, but most of the fans I've received are in the same orientation. I know it's not 100%. I'm going to see if we're consistent within the build as well. Yeah, so these other fans are the same. So at least they're consistent in how that's pinned out. Let's see if we're consistent with... And it is opposite of what... It is opposite of what most of my fans are. So fans off the shelf would plug into this board and work, I guess is one way of putting it. So I don't know what LDO's final fix for this is going to be. Whatever, as long as it's consistent, it doesn't matter. They may flip these connectors, or they may repin the fans. I'm going to repin the fans. And given that, we're going to check. I think the probe is the only other thing, and I don't know if it's silk screened on top. It is. So we have, yeah. So the brown wire on those probes is, brown wire, here we are. The brown wire on those probes is positive voltage, and it's there. Blue is 0 volt, and black is signal. So it's pinned correctly. I just grabbed another Omron because it has the pinout printed on it. So let's repin those, and I'm going to try to do that with it sitting right here. So I'm just going to very gently try to push a little ping. This might be a little tough to do. I don't know how bad this view is for you guys. There we go. Take just a X-Acto knife as a nice sharp edge to catch underneath the, oops, to catch underneath the tangs, to restore them after they've been bent out of the way. Now with this, push that insulation down. Now we're going to flip these. And go that way. So that one is fixed. Go. Pull this label down so I have enough room to twist those wires. I know I'm a little close for that camera to focus well. Flip this around. That should do it. See if I'm getting any messages from people telling me I'm doing something wrong. Hi, Red Scorpion from Germany. It's Chris. Thank you. Yeah, so I think we just fixed it. I think we're good. We are going to plug everything back in. So this is the part cooling fan, which means this is the hot end fan. Push that back, extra wire into the thing. We're gonna pull that, there we go, that label back out like that and like that. And now we are correct. And I want to thank again, I'm sorry I don't remember exactly who mentioned that, but thanks for having me check that. Bot. Oh, bot. Dead bot. This uses an alternate wire cover here. It's got this piece here that connects that. It just gets in the way. So we're going to cut it out. Then we don't have to worry about... oh, I forgot something. Anyway, we don't have to worry about avoiding the... putting this on before or after the main wiring harness. But what I did forget is the cable chain. The cable chain mount. Let's see. This guy. So let's do a couple of heat set inserts for that. This isn't going to be a great view, so just get them done. Okay, so we get those two. Okay, so we need a Phillips screwdriver. And we're going to do this on printer. So I don't know if we're going to get any real... Oops. Yeah, you might be able to see okay right here. These two screws right here come out. That comes out. And that comes out. We're going to unplug the stepper wire here just to give us some room. I think these are 20 millimeters that go in its place. Hey Jared, it's about time. Everybody say hi, Jared. You're late. now we're going to take this guy, and it's very important that you use socket head screws for this, because that's what the wire cover goes over to hold in place. So these go in here. And these should be pretty snug. You don't want to get to the point where you're squishing the plastic out of the way, but they should be pretty snug. There we go. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun out on a ride. I've not spent any real time on a motorcycle, but I have a really grand time on a pedal bike, mountain bike or road bike. Are we okay to just, I think we're okay to just put this wire cover on. The way this works is because for printability reasons, it has to have this spacer here. I think it's a little bit of a pain in the neck to get together. I'm thinking about gluing that in place. So let's try that. See how good of an idea that is or not. Just as an assembly aid. Where did the M3x20s go that I just had? I don't know what size it is. I think it's a 20. So I'm going to use that as kind of a guide when I glue this thing on. So I'm going to grab a little bit of CA glue. And not more than just a tiny drop, just to hold it in place. Not even enough that hopefully enough to where it won't actually squeeze out and get on the screw even. Hold that for a second. Of course I got the wrong glasses on holding this, so can't really read chat while I'm waiting. That's probably good enough. Please tell LDO to include some M3 for the stepper as on the same M3 for the stepper as on the LGX stepper. Are you talking about the low profile head ones? I don't know. Phil B, not sure how long the stream is going, but can we get a peek at the harness before it's done? Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure how long it's going to go either. We're coming up on, or we're finishing up hour 4 right now. Okay, so I think that's going to hold in place. We're going to remove the little M3x8 that I put in there just to hold it on while I was working on it. Bring the stepper wiring back. I'm going to see how this fits on. Hey, there we go. That is all there is to it. I think that's okay to go under there. That might get in the way of the cable chain right here. I'm gonna shift that. Pull this out. Glue is holding in place. Nope, it didn't. It did not hold in place. I think I even got a tiny, oh, it wiped off. Okay. New approach to the glue. We're going to use just a little bit more glue because I don't think I had quite enough. I was trying to be extra skimpy on it. Use a little bit more glue. Still along the outer edge, so hopefully we don't glue the screw in place. I'm going to take the activator. And hopefully we don't have to hold that in place very long with the activator. And I did not glue the screw in place. Bare Cool, it does use a spacer. There's a little printed spacer behind the tool head board. It will hold it in place. I'm just trying to use the glue as an assembly aid. Also trying to figure out what the best routing is. There we go. Best routing is for that stepper wire. I think I got it back in here okay. Yeah, I think that'll work. Got the stepper wiring sneaking out there. I think there's still room to get the 14-pin connector in there. Hey, Torx Fighter, on the thermal frame expansion compensation, just read all the docs and ask some questions. I found some, I think there are a couple of things in Wapping's documentation that are slightly out of sync now, and resolving that and figuring it out between the different sources was a little difficult for me, but I haven't looked at the docs in a couple of months either, so I don't know if they've been updated. So, cool. That is on there. Where are we at? Let's go back. So we've got that done. Let's go back to the manual and see. Get some guidance on where to go next. So Z-belts, all this stuff. Oh, the display. I think the display is a good thing to do next. We're not going to follow these directions because we're going to use the Trident display. Parts. This ought to look cool. Part and part. And we'll need another filament hinge. So the accent part on the front, there is a built-in support here. Make sure you kick that out of the way. This is held into the front piece with 4 heat set inserts. You know, it's funny, Bob Clough, loving the old school Subaru Impreza color scheme. That did not occur to me until you just said that. It's appropriate. I've owned 2 STIs and a BRZ, so one of them was World Rally Blue. I use glue stick on my build surfaces, and I was feeling a little bit of residue here, so I'm just cleaning it off. So. Okay, heat set inserts. Let's heat up the iron. I don't usually name my printers. It's Trident Orange and Trident Purple and V2 Green. This will be V2 Blue on my host name. Okay, we're going to... So the heat set inserts are what hold the accent piece in place. There is a little bit of both pieces exposed on these heat set holes. So you want to hold the part from the back when you put the heat set in, so it doesn't push through. So just making sure that that doesn't push the accent piece out of place. And I'd probably go diagonals on this, just to try to keep, in case the accent isn't a perfect fit in the front. That's the piece, and that is not coming out. Okay, where is... Got these Big Tree Tech display with, let's see, on. Oh, there we go. Sorry for your ears. Didn't get a duck with the octopus, but we got a duck with the display. So let's go here. So the Big Tree Tech display doesn't fit quite as well as the Phasetic version because the encoder and encoder wheel stick out further, so it's going to let some light bleed through. I haven't had a chance, but I've been meaning to build up this area on the... Oh, hold on a second. I'm losing... Okay, had to switch AirPods. I'm planning on building up this area just to cover that gap. I think that's the easiest solution, but I haven't done that yet. But otherwise, it should fit in here okay. Yeah, everything seems reasonably centered and working. We've got 12 millimeter and 3x12s, I think, for screwing this together. Hey Phil D, this is the new display setup that was introduced with Trident. So all of these files are available right now in the Trident repo. Tighten any of these until all of them are started. Then a little quality there. So there is a change on this part from what's out there with Trident right now, but it has nothing to do with functionality or the ability to install it. Little quality of life thing. I put indicators here for which is EXP1 and EXP2, so you don't get a good view of that since it's on the board. So this is EXP2, this is EXP1. This goes on here, and we need a filament hinge. Some little bit left over from the build. Yeah, I don't get sometimes why they make a change like that. They probably don't even understand how it affects people. But if you look, the knob doesn't cover, I mean, it's really far above the printed part. There's going to be lots of light bleed around there. I think a simple raising of this surface, kind of blended in, will be an adequate fix. But this uses a filament hinge. Hopefully, yep, just like that. Now it can cut it flush. And then a 40 millimeter screw for the back. And this screw just threads into plastic on this side. It doesn't have to be tight or strong. All this does is give you a little bit of control over tension here, and holds holds the display to that bracket. And I think you can hear the detents. There we go, that's the display. I think, Sandy, I think an alternate accent piece is the most appropriate. A spacer, something you would have to glue it on there, and I'm not really a fan of requiring gluing. I think just an alternate accent piece is probably the way to go. Alright, we're going to set those there and set them out of the way for now. Get a handle on my mess again. Duct to add to the collection. Oh, I've got an idea. I wonder if it would work. I got an idea. What if I modeled a piece that threads on to that part of the encoder and just threads on as the spacer? It doesn't have to be tight. I wonder if that would work. What do you think? That would allow it to really cover up any light gaps. If it just threaded in and then just threaded to where it touched the existing accent piece. Be a nice quick print. I'll play with that after stream. If I can avoid having to reprint all those parts to make this look good. Okay, let's put the display on the printer. Before I do that, while it's here, I'm going to grab a little bit of 1mm foam tape and put it on top of this surface here. This is what the deck panel sits on, so I just want a little cushioning there for any vibration damping. I have I believe, a supplemental package for this kit coming. It's supposed to be here tomorrow. I think it includes things like the grub screws and a couple other little things in the build. So I may have fresh foam tape coming in that package as well. So I'm just going to put this on this top surface. It's not critical. You're never going to see it. Not critical how centered it is or how well it's placed. But just I think if you look at the Trident CAD, that foam tape is modeled in. Sanity, yeah, these are my only Wera tools. I needed a good M3 or a 3mm hex driver, so I bought the ball end version and the straight version, and they're really nice. I like them. I haven't bought more for other sizes because I already had good tools for those. This is my 2mm ball end. This is the 2.5mm ball end. And then of course I've got my MIP straight stuff. Very cool. Would it be possible to do a stream on tuning and slicer configurations? I have a very basic understanding of what to do, enough to get my prints doing okay. The tough part about a stream for that is to try something and see results takes significant time. Uh-oh. Did we lose my... We just lost the main camera. Let's get it back. Let's see if I can get this back. Uh-oh. Give me just a second. You lost sound too? I lost sound? How did I lose sound? Are we back? Okay. I think that's... Well, I don't know what it is. I don't think it's the camera. I think it's the cam link. But... Okay, we're back. That was not a... Not a big deal. Okay, we're back here. We're going to install the display. What is going to be the best way for you guys to see that process? I think this is basically going to go right here. And it is held in place yeah, that's right at 4 hours. I'll have to see what's going on. 2 M3 T-nuts. And I think 16mm screws, but I could be wrong. Jared, oh, that shot is beautiful. You're just a footman, right? A footman? M3x12s. Where am I? Oh, that was it. Oh, did I just put some 16mm back in the 20mm bag? I did. I did. I'll grab those real quick. There and there. Okay. And 3x12s. No, I'm probably behind Jared. It was still funny to me. Bob Clough, so is the Trident screen a straight swap for the 2.4 string? Yes. It is exactly the same. and we're not going to tighten this because we need to use the skirts to center it. Well, let's get a really good view of this. Let's put the front skirts on. Let's put the front skirts on. I need a little bit of room, but I'm going to try to get it without taking this thing completely off. I'll put a few heat sets in here. Rebel Angel, are the DIN rails turned 90 degrees? Yeah, LDO's recommended layout for their electronics and their wiring harness has the DIN rails turned 90 degrees from the general recommendation. Yeah, the skirts is going to really kind of bring the look of this thing together, isn't it? Kind of almost want to wait. Let's do this. So this is. Oops. Oh, I'm not showing, so. Use this to set the spacing. Grab some more M3 T-nuts. See where we're at on. There we go. Then we need our three by 8s. Oh, I'm missing something. Almost missed. A couple more heat set inserts. Let's do those real quick before I. I think on most of my builds I've forgotten to put these heat sets in until the very end. I'm gonna break out the long. I didn't know this was gonna be this long when I bought it, but it's a 2.5 millimeter ball. The problem is on this wrench, it's right on the edge of interfering with the printed part to get a good angle. This one works a lot better. And that screw fell and it's gone. There's one. Keep this loose enough to shift things around. It's gonna go down there. Yes, then having the well-fitting these spring-loaded T-nuts makes the build so much easier. Why isn't that? Let's see. There we go. So I'm just centering the display, getting it close anyway. I think that goes right there. Oh yeah, this is really going to tie it all together. Where are we at? Am I missing anything? There we go. Okay. You guys ready for this? What do you think? I think it's pretty sweet. So, for these skirts, putting holes in the for wrench access is going to be really visible. I highly recommend having a ball end driver in general for these builds. There is enough space here that this is a abnormally short driver. This is not normal. Just about any ball end 2.5 millimeter driver is not going to have the problem I have with this. This is a Bondhaus. And I bought this because this was so short. I didn't realize this was going to be this long, but this would be pretty obvious, the wrench access holes in here. So yeah, I'm very pleased. I'm very pleased with that look. Need a little bit of centering on the display, but it's close enough for right now. Okay, where are we at? We did the display. If I didn't cover any questions in the last little bit, I know I might have missed a few. Feel free to repeat your question. Okay, display is done. Display. This little spot right here, I did not like, and I was very pleased. So on this setup, I came up with this, but RCF came up with the new mounting design. I'm very pleased with that, because this old setup where you had to put heat set inserts in from the side, I wasn't in love with that. Are we ready to do all the skirts? Uh-oh. I don't think you guys know about this next part. I don't think you know about this next part, so let's put this down. We're going to do the rear skirt now. I don't think I mentioned this. One of my own, and many people's gripes with Voron 2 is having to reach to the center of the printer to turn it on and off. So with Trident being forced to put the power inlet to the side, opened up the idea of just doing that on Voron 2 as well. So we now have the power inlet on the side. So I mean, this basically looks like this from the back. So let's get some heat set inserts in here and try not to forget any of them. And get this assembled and on the printer. Oh, I think if you were paying close attention when I was scrolling through the LDO wiring guide, you might have seen it though. Because all their wiring is set up with it in this configuration. Two more. Sanity, they can be mirrored. So if you wanted to choose, you could mirror the parts and it would be fine. There's the opening for the power inlet is symmetrical. So this could be mirrored side to side between the keystone part and the same as on Trident. I modeled it for the power inlet to be, as you're looking at the front of the printer, to be on the left side. But you could mirror them. These parts are not yet released. They will be part of 2.4 R2, not 2.5. So 2.5 isn't even a glimmer in anyone's eye right now. So you can mirror the part in the slicer, yeah. Elliot's Lab, I'm not quite sure what is going to ultimately be in the kit, or if there will be a choice between stainless or black oxide screws. Okay, Jared, see you in a bit. Okay, I think we're ready to... Well, let's snap the power inlet in here. Comes pre-crimped. And we've got some fuses here, so let's see if the fuse is already in the thing. So it comes with 2 extras. And then this is going to sit here on the back of the printer. I want the power inlet to be the power switch to be closest to the side. So, and this is a tight fit. I think I ran into this on the switch wire build as well, this tight fit. I might need to open this up because that's a little too tight. I'm gonna have to revise that part and open it up. I don't know if it's the selection of this, because I haven't run into this problem on any of my other builds. Just make sure that these are... There we go. Didn't take much. He's on the filing. There's not a whole lot. I'll increase that by like 0.2 millimeters. This is non-filtered. I don't know. I really just don't know what the thought process behind LDO's selection on this part. Why the other, maybe it's hard to get. I couldn't even guess beyond that. Why the separate switch and filtered inlet isn't what they're doing in the kit. Bob, I think you're pretty accurate there on your change differences between a major revision and the minor. There are the biggest change between Voron 2.4 R1 and R2 is the MGN12X setup. That's the biggest change. Everything else is little revisions. I'm pretty sure that's the only change that requires an alternate part. But the dual MGN9 setups is still a valid solution, and there's even a carriage now for that for Stealth Burner and Clockwork 2. Shut-in gaming, I'm pretty sure there's stuff like that in the user mods, and I consider that awesome, great content for the user mods group, because there's so many different options out there, depending on what switch you're using, depending on what your particular setup is. A lot of people have done side switches, something on the side skirt panel. Okay, so these are here. We are going to fill one of these with a network jack, even though I'm not going to use it. It comes in the kit, but we're going to put it in there. And the other one with just a blank insert, but I don't know which one, so I'm not going to put those in yet. So let's put these on the printer. Fill in a release date for new 2.4 when the manual is done, when the documentation, when the manual is updated. I think a reasonable time frame is probably within the next 4 to 6 weeks. Just guessing. Going to go right there. So we are going to eyeball where I want to put the peanuts. Good spot there. I try to avoid as much as I can you guys staring at the back of my head, but sometimes I can't help it. NYX code, I believe that's a zinc coating, is that right? Someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's a zinc coating, and that's a steel thing rather than an aluminum thing. I don't know if you can duplicate that in an aluminum. You can get close to it in a titanium, in the titanium anodizing, but I don't think you can do that in aluminum. Cadmium coating, is that what it is? Is that... Bravo Actual, the Trident display is a direct bolt-on for Voron 2. That's good. NYX Code. Jared's is pretty close to rainbow themed. He's got all the colors in there. He's got the oranges and greens and blues. Okay, so that goes there. And then we center the okay. There's the rear. Looks pretty good. Yeah, I still don't like the idea of putting holes down here. There's enough space here for a ball end wrench to work well. So, sounds like a good user mod thing. Ludwig, hi Steve, thanks for your streams and work on the Vorons. Really enjoy it. Greetings from Austria. Thank you. 10 euros. Thank you very much. Are the lengths of the rails the same on R2? Are you talking about the linear rails? The MGN9 rails? All of that is the same. And on the MGN12 for X, it's the same length, just MGN12. So for a 250 build, it's build size plus 50 for your rails. This was a lot of work, figuring out a size here that would still be printable on a V0. And this one's easy, but the filtered inlet with the separate big switch and the power inlet was a tight squeeze here. And this is like barely, but it does fit on a V0. And that's kind of one of the things we're trying to stick to, for good or bad, is to be able to print the functional parts, which this turns into a functional part on a V0. Brett W. Someone modded the V0 skirts with holes. Yeah, every single V0 I built, I've modified the skirts to both be one piece, so they're not split in the middle, and to have wrench access holes. But that's a very short skirt. You can't fit a ball end wrench in there as easily as you can on this. Your angle of attack is much less severe on this 60 millimeter or whatever skirt, where you're very short skirt on a V0. So those holes, and they're not visible from the outside. If you're installing them the way that's intended, the flat side is out on a V0. So where are we at? We're at 4 hours and 40 minutes now. And we've still got almost 200 people in here. That's crazy. Where are we at in the manual? We've got the power inlet installed. Yeah, let's go ahead and do the side skirts. So I'm going to do something on here I've never done on a Voron. I'm going to use the default side skirt fan setup. I've always used my mod, but since this is the kit and I want to assemble it as the kit comes, I'm going to use the VHB tape to hold fans. So let's see. We have got side skirt pieces, so let's pull this off again. I'm going to get my workout. This one gets the heat set. Let's get all of these out here. And the fans. So let's do the heat certs we need. I think when I do, so Barnyard says V0 looks better with the skirts on backwards. I think when I rebuild my V0.0, I'm gonna grab that person's Trident skirt mod with the little V0 display mount. I think that looks pretty sweet. I think that's, I don't remember who it is that did that, but I think that's what I'm going to use for that rebuild. I'm waiting for a Bowden option if it comes on the V0.0 though, because I have my 2 direct drive V0s and I'd like to keep one of them Bowden for no reason other than because. Thanks for being here, Tracy. I know these are long streams. It's a lot to eat in one chunk. I want to make progress on this though, and this is the best option to make progress when folks are mostly available worldwide. So, thanks, Al, or AL. We are going to switch over and I'm going to refer to the LDO wiring guide here for which side of the printer the fan should go on. And it appears they go on the right side of the printer. Left in this picture, but right. That doesn't really matter, it's just how I install them on the printer. So we are going to get one of these and a couple of these. And keep in mind, like I said, I have not done this before, so I've always used my mod. Let me see if I can point you guys to it. This is what I always use. There's a couple of versions out here, but I always just use the one with the M3 screws a little further down here. This one. So we have VHB tape that came in the kit. I shouldn't have pulled that as fast as I did. I'm gonna end up with bits of that clear plastic stuck to the go. So the bag it was held or stored in was sticking to the sides of it. Okay, well these covers are definitely not going to need much. So I'm going to do just a short piece. Short piece here. I just do it like that. Short piece there. Another short piece there. And that's this. Yeah, that'll work. Short piece here. And repeat on the other side. Where are we at? Let's switch. All the VHB tape off. Now, I think I'm going to set this like this, and then I'm going to make sure that we are the correct way around for the logos. And I'm just going to use the surface of the desk to make sure I'm flush with the front. Just sneak this into the corner. think that's all there is to it. Not complicated. And it's not bad. You can't see them, the dark VHB tape, unless you look close. Now we got to do the fans. You're welcome, Endless Hunt. I figured someone would want that, and I still like it. Like it better than this, but oh, Alexander, yeah, I was expecting to do a long stream today. I want to get caught up. Elliot, I think the tape will hold up. It holds up on the panels and on the... Where else do we use it? I've used it to attach... Well, we use it to attach controllers to the back on V0. VHB is good stuff. And really, on the fan side, you're going to get a slight bit of noise damping from it because it's isolated. It's isolated from the rest of the printer. So one bit of feedback on the kit is these are too close, really. So I got to figure out what's a good way to run these, and I might open up this heat shrink a little bit and maybe even re-shrink it a little further. So let's see what we've got here. I'm gonna give myself some slack. I think I'm gonna I might just remove this. Let's go here. I think I'm gonna just remove this heat shrink here. It splices these together. Little bit more room, not a whole lot. Let's see how this goes on. Yeah, I think that's how those are going to go. And then the wire goes up into these little openings. Did I just see a glitch in the video? I might not even bother with more heat shrink on that. I think it'll be fine. As long as I don't pull on stuff. See you, Domenico. See you in the VOD. Okay. VHB. I think I'm going to do the same thing. I think there's enough. I think there's enough on the corners here that'll capture or stick to the VHB. These wires came pre-done. All the wiring in the kit is pre-spliced, pre-terminated. So this is going to, either way this goes, right in the center here is I think where I want this next bit of tape. see how this works. A little long on that one. I have not heard, Jared, if they're adding anything. I would imagine, and if I was them, I would probably just put together an upgrade kit for Stealth Burner. That's not saying I have no idea what they're actually going to do. But if it was me, I would probably just do an upgrade kit that includes the fasteners needed, the LEDs, the fan, that kind of stuff. A little supplemental harness that runs through the chains. As it is, we're running two different harnesses through the chains because of the XY joint, the end stop. Running another little 3-pin harness wouldn't be too bad, especially since it's fewer wires anyway with the Toolhead board. Dimitri, I just use the same settings for the skirts and everything. I didn't bother changing them. There's no reason not to change them. You could go like 2 perimeters and less infill. That'd be fine, but I didn't bother. Skirts, not the functional Z modules, but the skirts themselves don't matter. Okay, let's see. We're going to try to position these as well as we can right off. Just go like that. I'm just kind of bond with pressure, right? Worked out. First time doing that. I don't think that's too bad. We at on the instructions? So we just did this. Both those to the printer. And this is the rest of the skirts. And what is next on the agenda? Oh, we're not going to do panels yet. Nope, we're not going to do panels yet. Set it on its back instead, because because I think the display might stick out a little bit. Those. And these. Yeah, I suspect there's going to be a severe or a significant restructuring of the instructions, because I don't think it makes sense to put the panels on in the next step unless I skipped over a bunch of stuff, which is possible. Okay, these are all single M3s on the sides. Alexander, yeah, this is all, some of this stuff is updated. A little tweaked. I know this makes a big chunk to watch, being a 5-hour plus stream, but I'll probably cap it. We won't go more than 6 today. And then we'll should pick up tomorrow. Okay, excuse the back of my head. I don't think I can avoid this. I mean, kind of. Channeling, not polite to look under the skirt. You know, I haven't seen, I don't know why. Brian Vines doesn't show up in my recommended video lists often. I need to watch more of his stuff because I'm not really familiar with what he does. Hello, future Voron LDO kit builders. Jared, can I do a time lapse straight off the... Because this is just straight to YouTube. I'm not recording locally. I don't know if I have the hard drive space to do that for all the streams I've done. The little bits that I've seen of Brian's videos, he looks like he'd be a funny guy to watch. It'd be very entertaining. It just hasn't come up. Three. We are going back. I'm going to remind myself which side we want to do this, the fans. So I think it is the right side. Right here. Well, that's pretty amazing. I'm doing a lot of that. I'm putting things exactly where they need to go. Because I didn't have to move. I don't think I have to move that T-nut. This other side I'm going to have to move. I'm not going to get quite so lucky here. Okay, and then I'm probably going to tweak the spacing on all this to make sure the seams are all BMW quality. Let's see. See you, Bob. Thanks for being here. Okay. Should put in some of the Trident deck panel wire. Oh, yes. I printed a bunch of those, Jared. And you're right. This is probably a great time to do that. These little guys. You're absolutely right. This is a great time to do that. And specifically, I'm going to include these in the repo for this. Specifically because LDO put the DIN rails this way. They're normally supposed to go this way, and it helps support the panel, the deck panel here on the side. Since their layout calls for the DIN rails to go this way, I think these twist in cable management / deck supports are a good idea. And I printed out a bunch of them. Just getting into the side there. I think you can see it here. And I'm probably going to do 3 on each side. I think is a good amount. I may put 1 up here. The center is held by the display. And then probably put 3 along the back as well, if I print it out enough. These ends for the DIN rails are not printed. They're an injection molded part, and they'll come with the kit, I think. Just twist into place. Got a little extra arm on them. Something to look out for because I think I just noticed it. I think I got a little bit of elephant's foot on these. So it actually pushed the panel up a little more than I wanted. get rid of the elephant's foot at least on that piece, and that'll help with that. Dimitri, these have a little channel for a zip tie built into them. And then if you look in the Trident repo, there's some 2020 twist ins that don't have the extra bit here that are meant to hold the main harness on a Trident. Duff, I don't know the full story on KVP. They moved and lost a lot of their workforce talent that were used to using the machines. I don't know if that's the full story or if there's more to it, but that's what, as far as we know, because they haven't been the same since they moved. I'm a few short on these of what I wanted, so I'll put these in the front, and then I need to print 3 more for the back. Christopher, the amplifier feet will bolt to the current 2.4, but they'll stick out the sides of a couple of millimeters. So the change here was to, basically this footprint here is identical to a Trident. It insets the feet to where they're not at the edge of the printer. This shape is identical to Trident, therefore the bottom panel ends up being shared between 2.4 and Trident now. The other side effect to that, I wonder if we can get this camera to show it. There, I think you can see it. If you look in here, that there, that's the bolt. It used to come up right in the center of the 80 tooth pulley. Now it's off to the side. So if you accidentally get too long of a bolt in there, you're not going to jam up your Z drive. So moving it back had the beneficial side effect of making that clear. There are printed features on this Z module that hold the hex nut in there in place as well. So no more worrying about that nut getting lost inside the module. This shape here changed, which necessitates this piece on the side skirts. The center piece stayed the same. Before I forget, I'm gonna flip the printer around and even up all these side panels. Okay. Gotta hang it over a little further so I don't get in the way of the display. Hey, Linneo. Leroy, how are you doing? Thanks for being here. Looking good? I'm liking it. Those deck clips are pushing up more than I'd like. I'm wondering what the problem is. I may reprint those because they're actually pushing up on the panel. I'll have to do a couple of things. I'll measure the thickness of this just in case it's different from what I expected. And I'll do that. Yeah, I can do that off in between. I don't think I need to deal with that right now because I can remove and re-add those clips just about any time. So, see ya, Roland. Are we on to... We're on to wiring. We're at wiring. So, we're also at almost 5.5 hours. Why don't we hang out for about another 15 minutes and pick this up tomorrow? I think that's probably a good idea. We're losing a lot of folks around the world right now, and for good reason. It's late. But why don't we call it for the build, hang out for about another 13 minutes. If you guys want to chat, say anything, go over anything, we can do that. We can look at what the plans are coming up for this. I need to retention and make sure I'm good on my Z belts. I'm really liking those colors. So this is all Jared's fault, or credit, but Mike G, the dark gray on the orange Trident is KVP Graphite ABS. And the green here is Lulzbot, KVP Lulzbot ABS. And the gray here is Polymaker Polylite Gray. I've been fortunate. I really haven't seen any negative impact on the quality of filament I've gotten from KVP, but I don't discount other people's experiences with what they've gotten recently. I've just been lucky. Whatever. And maybe, I mean, I've got many rolls. Maybe I just haven't hit it yet. I've got plenty of unopened rolls as well, but what was working tomorrow and past midnight? Yeah, unfortunately, the next several streams will be at unfriendly times. 6 p.m. Pacific is what I shoot for during the week. We're probably going to stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Tuesday's iffy. Depends on what we have going on with Charlie. In fact, probably I would not count on Tuesday. Just keep an eye out. If you haven't, subscribe, ring the bell, get notified. You know, I don't call out the subscribe thing very often. So, see you tomorrow, Dimitri. I would get. I wonder if Paramount has a nice dark gray. They that seems to be in their tones. Why haven't I incorporated the side fan mod into the official builds? A few reasons. One, Max prefers the VHB for the noise dampening qualities. It works well as a user mod. It's an easy thing. It's not part of the functional print set, so PIF doesn't have to worry about it. It's something that people are printing on their own anyway, and it's easy to make a choice on what way you want to build it. Jared's really itching at me making some progress on this. Here. Just for Jared. Let's make some progress, Jared. See ya, Chris. A little more lull spot green too. That's true. I've liked the Paramount filament I've bought. I like their Enzo green or Enzo red. I've printed with their, what is it, Autobot blue, and it's nice. I have some of the dark red, iron red, but I haven't printed with it yet. I think that's one of Nemgria's favorite filaments. I should just ship it to him. Thanks, Squirrel Brain. I appreciate that. I'm having fun, so I'll keep doing it as long as I'm having fun. There you go, Jared. You happy? I'm happy. But I do need to change those little deck clips. I need to measure this. I'm not going to install the back ones. I want to use that as a spot I can measure. I guess I can measure the center here too. Let's see what I can get in there to make a measurement with too. I'm glad I could make you happy, Jared. Truly, I am. got one of those wave share cameras like I have, having trouble with the Raspberry Pi recognizing it when I extend the wires on it. I've just used the cable that came with it so far. I haven't tried anything else, and I think the cable that came with it is long enough for me to run it how I want to. I just don't like the mount that that was available on user mods, and I chatted with the guy very briefly, and I still don't get how he ran the wires. There we go. So, where are we at? We are going to... I think we're still going to end up extending to next weekend before this is done. We've got a bit of wiring to do during the week. Probably more than a weekday's worth of stream of just setting up firmware and configuration. So all of that, I may try to make it a goal to try to be ready to hit that on next Sunday. Hit all the setup stuff. This wire cover for the Toolhead is designed to fit around the Toolhead PCB board. You can find it on an easy way to get to it is to go to docs.ldomotors.com, and any of the Voron, like the switch wire kit, uses it. If you go to the printed parts guide, there is a Toolhead PCB files, and this Toolhead cover is where you can get that. This, I think, will just take us to the Voron hardware repo. Where are we at? Yeah. Hope that helps. A bit of wiring. I guess you crimp all the connect. Oh, I hope I didn't miss whoever. This is the wiring harness. So I don't remember who it was that asked, and I hope they're still here. But this is the wiring harness. It is really just two 14-pin connectors for the main harness, and then there is a shorter harness that will be for the XY endstop pod that will get run beside it. This is supposed to be long enough to reach and it is, so this is the first time I've actually pulled it out of the fully out of the package. Hi Skyblock, yep, I'm still live. It is secured every so many inches with zip ties. I will be cutting all of these off and running it without those in the chain, and I hope that that is the recommendation by LDO, because I do not think it's a good idea for these ends of the zip ties to get caught in the cable chains. I'm assuming that that's their recommendation, so that's what I will be doing. But yeah, so this connects to the Toolhead PCB on top, runs through all the cable chains, and underneath in the electronics bay there is a companion PCB that better, that other side of the 14-pin connector goes to, and then there are little pigtails that go between this board and the controller board. I don't think a sleeve is a great idea either, Felina. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. It takes up more space in the cable chains. It's going to change the way things are rubbing on each other. You want the wires to be able to somewhat move freely within those chains. At each end, you want to at the entrance to the cable chain and at the exit of the cable chain, you want to secure the wires, and you want to secure them such that they travel about the middle of the radius of the cable chain. Hi, StuNet. You're here just in time to be about done. But the VOD will be available. And remember, guys, folks, the live chat tends to take a little while for YouTube to process. I learned that the last week. I was very surprised that it took as long as it did. But yeah, I didn't realize you didn't know it was in a cable chain. Yeah, it'll be in cable chains all through here. There's 10 by 15 millimeter for the Z, and then 10 by 10 or 10 by 11 for the X and Y. So with that, I think things have slowed down. I'm glad I remembered the wiring harness for you. We are going to end this for the day, and we're going to come back tomorrow, 6 p.m. Pacific time. We will hit the next part. I think we're going to start actually running some wires. In the meantime, I'm going to figure out this deck panel issue. That has nothing to do with the kit. Those are parts that I made, and it may be that the kit has a little thicker panel, and I just need to make a revision to the part, but figure that out. So thanks again. We will see you tomorrow. Have fun. Bye. And I need an outro.